Very good morning, students. Okay, we are going to discuss about today properties of integers. So, properties of integers. Before I go ahead about properties of integers, first let me remind you what we have discussed in the previous class. So, previous class multiplication of integers, multiplication of integers we discussed already. Here I said 2 points. First one is two numbers. When two numbers are given, when two integers are given, integers. First point is the product of two positive integers is always positive integers. Like 2 plus 2 into 2, that is equal to 4. Product of two integers, always positive integer. Second point is product of two negative integers, product of two negative integers, minus 2 into minus 2, always positive integer. So both symbol, like both 2 into 2 and minus 2 into 2 also plus 4 and plus 4. Like symbols, we have to write here plus symbol, because plus into plus, plus, and minus into minus also plus. Next, third point, minus into plus or plus into minus. Here in this case, minus 4 I said yesterday. Minus into plus, minus 4, plus into minus also minus, when two integers are given. Second point, when more than two integers, when more than two integers, more than two integers. Students, if you take minus 2 into minus 2 into minus 2 into 2, how many negative integers are given here? Minus 2, minus 2, minus 2. So, 3 negative integers. 3 negative integers. So, minus into minus plus, plus into minus minus. 2 2s are 4, 4 2s are 8, minus 8. Not only 3, if you multiply our product of even odd number of integers, odd number of integers means minus 5, maybe it may come 5, 5 is an odd number, and 7 numbers, that is also odd number, and 21, that is also a odd number, even 101, 103. So if multiply odd number of negative integers, will get negative integer. Don't forget, students. So then what about even number of integers? Minus 2 into minus 2 into minus 2 into minus 2. Here how many integers are given? 4 integers. 4 is a even number. So minus into minus plus, plus into minus minus, minus into minus plus again. So 2 2s are 4, 4 2s are 8, 8 2s are 16, plus 16. So what we can give conclude about this? When we multiply even number of integers is always, even number of negative integers is always a positive integer. When we multiply odd number of negative integer, will get a negative integer. Okay, friends, this is we have learned in previous class. Now we are going to discuss about the exercise. Exercise fourth question. See, 3 questions are completed yesterday. Now this is exercise 4. Exercise going on. 3 questions are already completed yesterday. Now fourth question is, see, look at the board. A certain freezing process requires that room temperature below be lowered from 40 degrees Celsius at the rate of 5 degrees Celsius every hour. What will be the room temperature 10 hours after the process begins? Students, room temperature is there, that is, so this is 0. Let us understand what is the question is given first. A certain freezing process requires that room temperature 40 degrees Celsius. Students, 40 degrees Celsius, this is of course 10, 20, 30, 40. At present room temperature is 40 degrees Celsius. But requires that room temperature be lowered from 40 degrees Celsius. After 40 degrees Celsius, room temperature lowered. Lowered means decreases. So decreases at the rate of 5 degrees Celsius for every hour. For every hour will decrease the minus 5, 5, 5, 5 like this. See here minus 5, minus 10, minus 20, minus 30, minus 40 like this we have to take. Okay. Lowered means come down or backward direction. What I said in the integer on the number line. When we move, when negative integer came, we have to move from right to left. In the same way, this is also, this is upward direction, this is downward direction. Room temperature 40 degrees. After 40 degrees means be lowered from 40 degrees at the rate of 5 degrees for every hour. Like this, after 10 hours, what is the temperature? See, student, first at present room temperature is 40 degrees. At present, room temperature, at present, room temperature is equal to 40 degrees Celsius. This is positive direction only. That's why 40 degrees Celsius. Okay. Next, after 40 degrees, rate of the at the rate of 5 degrees for every hour. Every hour, 5 degrees Celsius will decrease the temperature. That's why 5 degrees Celsius room temperature decreases. Load means decreases 5 degrees Celsius for every hour. So what is the temperature after 10 hours? So what will be the temperature 10 hours after the process begins? So room temperature decreases 5 degrees Celsius for every hour. That means 10 hours. We have to go 10 hours. That's why 10 into 5, that is equal to, this is decrease. Decrease indicates minus 50 degrees Celsius. What is the temperature after 10 hours? Temperature will be after 10 hours is equal to at present 40 degrees Celsius minus for every hour 5 degrees Celsius will decrease. Means temperature will come down. Here load means decreases. After every hour 5 degrees Celsius will decrease means it indicates minus. So minus 50 degrees Celsius because decrease. Now temperature will be the after 10 hours. The room temperature will be after 10 hours Already here present temperature 40 degrees Celsius. So after 10 hours, minus 50 degrees Celsius. So we have to subtract. After means plus, plus into minus, minus 50 degrees Celsius. Now minus 10 degrees Celsius. Now temperature, now means after 10 hours. At present room temperature 40 degrees only. But they are asking after 10 hours what is the temperature, room temperature, if every hour 5 degrees Celsius will decrease. If the 5 degrees Celsius decrease for every hour, what is the temperature after 10 hours? That is the question, students. Did you understand? That's why the temperature will be after 10 hours is equal to 40 degrees minus 50 degrees Celsius. That is equal to minus 10 degrees Celsius. Remember this point, students, what I said. When we have two numbers having the different symbols, subtract one another and keep the big number symbol. Here minus 50 is a big number symbol is minus. Plus 40. This is the 40 is a small number. This is a big number. That's why big number symbol. We have to keep like this. Write down, students. Next question. Come on, write down this question. Students, what is next question? See here, in a class test, complete fast. In a class test, in a class test, in a class test containing 10 questions, 10 questions. In a class test containing 10 questions, 3 marks are awarded for every correct answer, for every correct answer, for every correct answer. Okay, next one. And minus 1 marks, minus 1 marks is for every incorrect answer. Correct answer. Okay. And 0 for question not attempted. 0 for question is not attempted. Not attempted. Okay, students. For this, again 3 questions are given. First question is Gopi gets 5 correct and 5 incorrect answers. Gopi get 5 correct, 5 correct and 5 incorrect. 5 incorrect. What is Gopi score? What is Gopi score? This is the first question, students. Let us see second question. Here 2 more girls are there. Second one, Rashma gets 7 correct and 3 incorrect. 3 incorrect. What is her score? What is her score? What is her score? Next, the third point is Reshmi gets 3 correct and 4 incorrect. 3 Reshmi gets 3 correct and 4 incorrect. 3 correct and 4 incorrect. 4 incorrect. What is her score? What is her score? Students, this is the first note down. In a class test containing 10 questions, 3 marks are awarded for every correct answer and -1 mark is for every incorrect answer, and 0 question is not attempted. So Gopi gets 5 correct and 5 incorrect. Students, now you are writing assignment test. Okay. Already you wrote in assignment test how many questions are given? How many questions are giving every day? 20 questions, 10 questions. Okay. 10 questions. Assignment math questions, 10 questions are given already. For the 10 question, for each question, 2 marks will be awarded. So suppose if you wrote out of 10, 10 questions correct answers, how many marks you got? You will get obviously 20 marks, because all are correct only. All are correct questions you wrote. Then you will get 10 into 20, 10 into 2, 20 marks. Am I correct, students? In the same way here, Gopi gets 5 correct and 5 incorrect. But here they are given very clearly correct. For every correct answer, 3 marks awarded, and for every incorrect answer, -1, and incorrect answer and 0 for not attempted. Okay. Here 3 questions are given. First, let us see first question. Gopi score. Answer: Gopi score is equal to Gopi score 5 correct. He did 5 correct plus 5 incorrect. 5 incorrect. Students, 5 correct questions he wrote, 5 incorrect. For every 5 correct answers, 3 marks will awarded. So 5 to 3 plus here negative marks also given. For every wrong answer, 1 mark, -1 awarded. Means wrong answer, means incorrect answer. 5 into -1. What is his score? Gopi score? You can say now easily. 5 3s are 15. Students, plus into minus. -5, that is equal to 10 marks. Gopi score how much? 10 marks, because 5 correct, 5 incorrect he did. He wrote 5 correct and 5 incorrect. That's why 5 into, for every correct answer 3 marks, 5 for every incorrect answer -1. That's why 5 3s are 15, plus into minus, 5 1s are 5. So 15 minus 5, 10. Here also, when we have two different symbols, subtract the big number symbol. So 15 is a big number, so plus 10. Okay, but not necessary to write 10 plus 10. 100 means plus 100. 2 means plus 2. But not necessary for every time plus plus plus. Okay. Next, Reshmi Reshmi gets Reshmi score. Second question is Reshmi score. Reshmi score. Students, she wrote 7 correct and 3 incorrect. 7 correct and 3 incorrect. 3 incorrect. She wrote. Okay, now 7 correct means 7 into 3 plus 3 incorrect means 3 into minus 1. Because for every incorrect answer, secured minus 1. For every correct answer, secured 3 marks. 7 3 are 21. Plus into minus 3. 21 minus 3, 18. Here plus 21. So obviously will come plus 18 only. One more question. Rasma score. What is that? Rasma. Students, Rasma score. Rashma. Third question is Rashma score. Rashma, 3 correct and 4 incorrect. She wrote 3 correct plus 4 incorrect. 4 incorrect. So that is equal to 3 into, for every correct answer 3 marks plus for every incorrect answer minus 1. 3 3s are 9 plus into minus 4 1s are 4. That is equal to 5 marks. Rashma score 5 marks. Reshmi score 18. And Gopi score 10 marks. Okay, students. Come to the next question. Fifth question. Students, let us see. Fifth question. A merchant on selling a merchant. Fifth question. A merchant. Let us see. This is also big question. A merchant on selling a merchant on selling rice earns a profit of 10 rupees, per bag of basmati rice. Okay, and loss of 5 rupees and loss of 5 rupees per bag of non basmati rice. Okay, see here also 2 questions are given. First question is, he sells 3000 bags. He sells 3000 bags. He sells 3,000 bags of basmati rice. Basmati rice 5,000 rupees, 3,000 rupees bags of basmati rice and 5,000 rupees, sorry, 5,000 bags, not rupees, 5,000 bags of non-basmati rice. Okay. What is his profit or loss? What is his profit or loss? Profit or loss for a month? Student, this is the first question. So second question also there. Student, what is the second question? What is the number of basmati rice? Second question. What is the number of basmati rice bags? Basmati rice bags. What is the number of basmati rice bags? He must sell to. He must sell. He must sell to have neither. To have neither. To have neither profit nor loss. Neither profit nor loss. If the number of bags of if the number of if the number of bags of non-basmati rice is sold 6,400 bags. 6,400 bags. Students, this is very big question, but very easy. Very easy this question. See here, a merchant on selling rice earns a profit of 10 rupees for a bag. For each basmati rice bag cost, okay, profit 10 rupees for each bag. If he sold one bag, 10 rupees, he will get 10 rupees profit. Suppose if he purchased, if he sold, non-basmati rice, then 5 rupees loss he will get. Okay, students. Now he sells, suppose he sells 3,000 bags of basmati rice and 5,000 bags of non-basmati rice. What is his profit or loss? Suppose if he will get profit more than loss, obviously he will get profit. First answer. Let us see answer. On basmati rice, first question. On basmati rice, on basmati rice, okay, the profit of first the profit on selling basmati rice of 3,000 bags. How many bags? 3000 bags. 3000 bags. That is equal to 3000 into, for each bag how much profit you will get? 10 rupees. So this is 30,000 rupees. Suppose if you take one bag rice, 1200 rupees rice bag. Okay, one rice bag cost to 12,000 rupees. If you take five bags like this, 5 0 0, 5 2 jar 10 1, 5 1 jar 5 plus 1 6. So 6,000. Okay, you will pay 6,000 rupees because each bag cost 12,000 into each bag cost 5 rupees. So 6,000. Similarly, here on selling basmati rice of 3,000 bags, for each bag 10 rupees profit will come. So that's why 3,000 into 10, 30,000. 30,000. This is nothing but profit. Profit. This is nothing but profit. And second one, 30,000 come on selling, on selling, on selling, on selling basmati rice, non-basmati rice of 5,000 rupees, 5,000 bags, 5,000 bags. So that is equal to 5,000 into, students, non-basmati rice, on non-basmati rice, for each bag 5 rupees. Okay, loss will come. So that's why 5 into 5, non-basmati rice loss, basmati rice profit. So this is 25,000 rupees. 25,000 rupees. So profit is more or loss is more here, students? See here, profit 30,000 and loss 25,000. So maybe will come profit only because profit is more than the loss. That's why obviously will come profit only. Okay, net profit or loss? Net profit or loss is equal to 30,000 minus 25,000. So 5,000 rupees profit will come. Profit to come. This is the first question, students. Second question is, what is the number of basmati rice bags he must sell to have neither profit nor loss? Okay, if the number of bags of non-basmati rice is sold 6,400, here they are given rice bags he must sell to have neither profit nor loss. Okay, they are asking what is the number of basmati rice. So we don't know how many number of basmati rice are there. So let the number of basmati rice bags. Let the number of basmati rice bags. Basmati rice bags is equal to x. Because unknown value we have to take x value. But here, as per the sum, as per the given problem, as per the given sum, as per the given sum, 10 into x is equal to 6,400 into 5. Students, 10 into x means 10 means what? For every basmati rice, okay, 10 rupees for each bag, you will get a profit. That is equal to, in the second question given, Non-basmati rice, both are equal, they are given. That's why non-basmati rice, 6,400 bags are there. For each bag is 5 rupees. Okay, loss will come. On basmati, loss will come 5 rupees for each bag. That's why 6,400 into 5. On basmati rice, 10 rupees will come profit. That's why 10 into, so let the number of basmati rice bags not given, but basmati rice bags profit and non-basmati rice packets both are equal, they are given. That's why 10 into x is equal to 6,400 into 5. Okay, students. Now x is equal to 6,400 into 5 by 10. 0 will be cancelled. 640 into 5, that is equal to 0. 5 4 jar 22. Keep in the mind. 5 6 jar 30 plus 2 32. 3,200 and 200 bags. This is non basmati rice bags. Number of basmati rice bags. Okay, students, note down. Next, students, last question. Replace the blanks with an integer to make a true statement. For example, sixth question. Fill in the blanks. Fill in the blanks. See, in this second question. Second question, 5 into dash is equal to minus 35. See here, plus into minus, minus. So which number you have to keep in the blank? Minus value. But 5 7 are 35 minus 35. One more question. Dash into fourth question. Blank into minus 12 is equal to what? 132 is given already. So here positive integer is given. Minus into minus plus. So minus value maybe will come here. But 32 means what? 132 means 11. 11 12 are 132. Otherwise, so if you don't know this value, that is x. Unknown value, what we have to take just now I said x. That's why x into minus 12 is equal to 132. X is equal to 132 divided by one side multiplication, another side division. Plus by minus, minus 12 in 132 11 times. Minus 11. Otherwise 11 into 12, 132. Okay, students. Next, division of integers. Heading division of integers. Students, division of integers. Division of integers. Before we go to the lesson properties of integers, just 4 points we need to understand here. Division of integers. You know, division of integers means plus by plus. If you take any two positive integers, we'll get a positive integer. For example, 2 by 2 is equal to 1, positive integer. Second point is negative by negative. Negative integer divided by negative integer, that is equal to negative integer. For example, minus 2 by minus 2 is equal to 1. Minus 2 by minus 2 is equal to 1. Minus by minus plus 1. And fourth point, minus by plus. Minus divided by plus will come minus. Sorry, minus by minus also plus. Students, plus by plus plus. And minus by minus also plus 1. But minus by plus becomes minus. For example, minus 2 by 2 minus 1. And plus by minus also minus. Example, 2 by minus 2 is equal to minus 1. So we can write here plus by plus means two numbers division. Two positive numbers division is always positive. Two positive integers, positive integer division is always positive integer. And this is the first point. Second point is two negative integer division is always positive integer. Two negative integers division is also a positive integer. Next, negative integer and negative integer and positive integer division is always negative integer, always negative integer. Students, either numerator or denominator, if negative symbol is there, that is negative integer. Here numerator negative, here denominator negative. So in both cases negative is there, either numerator or denominator. In these cases negative value will come. So two positive integer division is always positive. Two negative integer division is always positive integer. And one negative and one positive integer is always negative, either both numerator or denominator. Here numerator, here denominator, but minus will come. These points are very, very important. Next one, properties of integers. Today our topic is properties of integers. Students, properties of integers. Students, in previous class already you learned the properties of integer whole numbers. What we learned? What we have learned in previous class, closure property. Just recall what you learned in previous class. Closure property and commutative property, and third one is associative property. Associative property. What is closure property? What is closure property? We have learned in previous class about whole numbers. If you take any two numbers, 2 plus 3, 2 is a whole number, 3 also whole number. So 2 plus 3 is their sum also whole number. Okay, this is the closure property under addition. And commutative property. Commutative property. If you take 2 plus 3, 3 plus 2. What is 2 plus 3, students? 5. And 3 plus 2 also 5. If you change the order of second number, see here, this is first number, this is second number, right side. This is second number, this is first number, right side. Even if the order of the whole numbers will get the same answer, 5 is equal to 5. This is nothing but a commutative property. Associative, three numbers you have to take like this: 2 plus 3 plus 4 and 2 plus 3 plus 4. First, in LHS case, if you add second number and third number 7, and right hand side if you add these two numbers, first two numbers 5 plus 4. Here also if you change the order, then answer same. This is 9, this is also 9. Already these 3 points we learned in previous class. In the similarly, properties of integers also, their closure property, commutative property, association property, associative property. But here under multiplication, we will learn under multiplication, closure, commutative, associative, and distributive property. Two more properties will come for integers. Additive property, additive inverse, multiplicative inverse, additive identity, multiplicative inverse. So we will learn next class all these. Students, today what we have learned? Division of properties. Division properties. So let us see. Division properties means plus by plus is equal to plus. Okay. Minus by minus is equal to plus. Minus by plus is equal to minus. And plus by minus plus. Plus by minus minus. If you divide it by two numbers of positive integers, always positive. If you divide it by two negative integers, always positive integers. And one number, either numerator or denominator, minus, so result also minus. This is the today lesson, students. Just a small homework I am giving. Homework. First question is, okay, students, prepare. Students, stay on the line. Next, the miss will come. Take 2 or 3 minutes for drinking water.
Hello students, good morning everyone. So today we are going to discuss about synthetic indicators, effects of acids and bases in our regular life. Okay. So before starting this, let us recollect what we have learned in the previous class. In the previous class, we have discussed about the indicators. Indicators are of two types. One is natural indicator. The other one is synthetic indicator. So natural indicators are like turmeric powder, next hibiscus petals, China rose petals. These are natural indicators. And one more natural indicator what we have discussed is litmus paper. And we have seen how these natural indicators are changing their color in the presence of acidic and basic substances. So today we are going to discuss about this synthetic indicators. So methyl, one of the natural indicator what we have discussed is litmus paper. And we have seen how this litmus paper is changing its color in the presence of the acidic and basic medium. See, the litmus paper changes. Blue litmus paper turns to red in acids, and red litmus paper remains unchanged in acids. Red litmus paper remains unchanged in acids. And if you take any red litmus paper and if you keep it in a basic solution, that red litmus paper will turn into blue litmus paper. So there will be no action of acids on red litmus paper. But this red litmus paper will turn into blue litmus paper in the presence of any basic solution. And we have seen how these acids and bases are present in our substances what we use in our regular lives. Like many substances are there which contains acids and bases in them what we use in our regular life. Like lemon contains citric acid. Next, tomato contains oxalic acid. Spinach contains oxalic acid in it. Tamarind contains tartaric acid. Tea contains tannic acid. So these are the various acids which are present in the substances what we use in our regular life. So all these acids we call them as natural acids. Because they are obtained from the nature. So we call them as natural acid. So one more example for the natural acid is formic acid, which is released when any bees or ants stings us. So they are also natural acid because they are obtained from ants and honeybees. So we call that formic acid is also as a natural acid. Formic acid is another acid which is a natural acid which is released when bees stings us or ants stings us. When ants or bees stings us, we will feel that burning sensation. We feel this burning sensation because ants or honeybees releases this formic acid into our body. So we feel that burning sensation on our skin. And the bases what we see in our regular life are like bases what we come across in our regular life are like lime water, It is not lemon juice. Lime water is different and lemon water is different. This is lime water. This lime water contains a base called calcium hydroxide. Lime water contains a base called calcium hydroxide. Next, choline, what you use to clean the glass. It is called as a glass cleaner. Glass cleaner, choline. It consists of ammonium hydroxide. It consists of a base called ammonium hydroxide. Choline consists of a base called ammonium hydroxide. Next, if you take any soap, this bathing soap what you use, that bathing soap consists of a base called sodium or potassium hydroxide. So soaps contains sodium or potassium hydroxide. Sodium or potassium hydroxide. So these are the various bases what we come across in our regular life. So lime water contains a base called calcium hydroxide. Glass cleaner, choline, which consists of a base called ammonium hydroxide. Soaps contain soaps which we use for bathing purpose, that contains a base called sodium or potassium hydroxide. So all are bases. So what common term we find in this base? We find all are containing a word called hydroxide. So bases contains a group of elements in them. We call them as hydroxide. So here the question is how these acids and bases are prepared. Okay, and we have also learned that acids are natural acids and they are also mineral acids. Natural acids means the acids which are obtained from nature. We call them as natural acids. Mineral acids means the acids which we use in the laboratories. Okay, and they are obtained from minerals. We call them as mineral acids. So how these acids and bases are prepared? Now let us see how to prepare these acids and bases. The acids what we use in our laboratory, they are made by man. The acids like hydrochloric acid, sulfuric acid, nitric acid, phosphoric acid, all these acids we use in the laboratories. These acids are prepared by man. So how to prepare an acid or how to prepare a base, let us see. See, this is a magnesium ribbon. Okay, and if you burn this magnesium ribbon, you will get a white color substance called magnesium oxide. Magnesium is a metal. Okay, magnesium is a metal. So when any metal is burnt in the presence of oxygen, it combines with oxygen which is present in the atmosphere. It forms magnesium oxide or any metallic oxide. So when any metal is burned, in the presence of oxygen, it forms metallic oxide. See, example I told you like magnesium. Magnesium I have taken. Okay, just now I have shown you the magnesium ribbon. So this is a magnesium ribbon. So this magnesium ribbon, when it is burnt in the presence of oxygen, it combines with the oxygen which is present in the atmosphere and it forms a new kind of compound called magnesium oxide. So this magnesium burnt in the presence of oxygen, it combines with oxygen and it forms magnesium oxide. So if you burn this magnesium ribbon in the presence of air, so if you take this magnesium ribbon and if you burn in the presence of any candle, with the help of any candle, you will get a white color substance. That white color substance or ash which is formed after burning this magnesium ribbon itself, we call it as magnesium oxide. I think I'm clear. So when magnesium is burnt in the presence of oxygen, it forms a white color substance called magnesium oxide. So, and that magnesium oxide, when it is dissolved in the water, okay, the ash which is collected after burning this magnesium ribbon, you will get one white color ash. And after dissolving that ash in water, you will get a substance called magnesium hydroxide. So magnesium oxide, the white color ash, what you got is called as magnesium oxide. When that magnesium oxide is dissolved in the water, you will get a substance called magnesium hydroxide. We get a substance called magnesium hydroxide. So this is nothing but a base. You can test this solution by using any litmus paper. If you take a red litmus paper, that red litmus paper will turn into blue litmus in the presence of this magnesium oxide solution what you have prepared. Okay, so what you have to do, you have to take any metal. When any metal is burnt in the presence of oxygen, it will form a metallic oxide. Example is like magnesium. When magnesium is burnt in the presence of oxygen, it have formed an oxide called magnesium oxide. So this magnesium oxide, when it is dissolved in the water, you got a base called magnesium hydroxide. So how can you say that it is a base? You can test it with the help of a litmus paper. So when you test it with the help of a litmus paper, the solution whatever you got here, it will turn the red litmus paper into blue litmus paper, which shows that the solution which is obtained here, it is basic in nature. Okay then, so this is how you have to prepare a base. So bases are obtained from metallic oxides. Metallic oxides are formed when metal is burnt in the presence of oxygen. When metal is burnt in the presence of oxygen, it forms metallic oxide. When that metallic oxide is dissolved in the water, it forms a base. Example is like magnesium. When it is burned in the presence of oxygen, it forms magnesium oxide. When this magnesium oxide is dissolved in the water, it forms a base called magnesium hydroxide. In the same way, you can conduct this activity with different metals. Like when zinc, instead of magnesium, you can take any other metal like zinc. Okay, so when you take a zinc metal, if that zinc metal is burnt in the presence of oxygen, it forms zinc oxide. Respective oxides will be formed, children, remember. Okay, when any metal is burnt in the presence of oxygen, that respective oxide will be formed. Like zinc, when it is burnt in the presence of oxygen, it forms zinc oxide. If that zinc oxide is dissolved in the water, it forms zinc hydroxide, which is also basic in nature. So any hydroxide which is formed in this manner will be basic in nature. So I'll write some more examples here. So when zinc is burnt in the presence of oxygen, when zinc is burnt in the presence of oxygen, it forms zinc oxide. It forms a substance called, it forms an ash. That ash is nothing but zinc oxide. This zinc oxide, when it is dissolved in the water, this zinc oxide, when it is dissolved in the water, it forms a substance called zinc hydroxide. It forms a substance called zinc hydroxide, which is a base. Which is a base. You can test it with the help of a litmus paper. Litmus paper, the red litmus paper will turn into blue litmus paper. And if you take any other metal, okay, other than magnesium, zinc, or any other metal, if you take like sodium, okay, like sodium, this is example 1, this is example 2, and this is example 3. When sodium is burnt in the presence of oxygen, when sodium is burnt in the presence of oxygen, it forms sodium oxide. It forms sodium oxide. When this sodium oxide is dissolved in the water, when this sodium oxide is dissolved in the water, sodium oxide is dissolved in the water, it forms a base called sodium hydroxide. It forms a base called sodium hydroxide. Okay, children. So this is also an base. Sodium hydroxide is also a base. So a base is obtained by dissolving any metallic oxide in the water. So finally, what we can conclude, how a base is formed? A base is formed on dissolving a metallic oxide in the water. So on dissolve, how the metallic oxide is formed? Metallic oxide is formed by burning the metal in the presence of oxygen. When any metal is burnt in the presence of oxygen, it will form the respective metallic oxide. And when that metallic oxide is dissolved in the water, it will form a base. Okay, so base is formed. Base is formed on dissolving. Base is formed on dissolving metallic oxide metallic oxide in water. When you dissolve any metallic oxide in the water, you will get one base. So bases are obtained from the metals. Metals, when they are burnt in the presence of oxygen, it forms metallic oxide. When that metallic oxide is dissolved in the water, it will form metallic hydroxide. This metallic hydroxide itself, we call it as a base. Now let us see how an acid is formed. Okay, children, I think I'm very clear to you. Base is formed on dissolving any metallic oxide in the water. And how acid is formed, let us see. See, an acid is formed by dissolving a non-metallic oxide in the water. And first of all, how this non-metallic oxide is formed? A non-metallic oxide is formed by burning a non-metal in the presence of oxygen. Like metal, when it is burned in the presence of oxygen, it have formed a metallic oxide. In the same manner, when a non-metal is burnt in the presence of oxygen, it will form a non-metallic oxide. So examples for the non-metals are like sulfur, nitrogen, carbon, all these are non-metals. So for example, if you take carbon, when this carbon is burnt in the presence of oxygen, when this carbon is burnt in the presence of oxygen, this plus sign indicates that both of them are combining with each other, they are reacting with each other. When this carbon and oxygen, they are burnt in the presence of oxygen, it is releasing a substance called carbon dioxide. Okay, it releases a substance called carbon dioxide. And when this carbon dioxide is dissolved in the water, when this carbon dioxide is dissolved in water, it forms an acid called carbonic acid. Carbonic acid. Okay, so non-metal like carbon, when it is burned in the presence of oxygen, it forms non-metallic oxide. When this non-metallic oxide is dissolved in the water, it forms an acid. Another example, if I take like sulfur, sulfur is also a non-metal. When that non-metal is burned in the presence of oxygen, sulfur, if we burn in the presence of oxygen, we get sulfur dioxide or sulfur trioxide, depending upon the amount of oxygen what we have supplied. If we supply less amount of oxygen, it will form sulfur dioxide. If we supply more amount of oxygen, it forms sulfur trioxide. So let us say we have supplied less amount of oxygen and the compound which is formed here, it is sulfur dioxide. Okay, sulfur, when it is burnt in the presence of less amount of oxygen, it is forming sulfur dioxide. So this sulfur dioxide, when it is dissolved in the water, it forms an acid called sulfurous acid. It forms an acid called sulfurous acid. If you dissolve, if you burn the sulfur in excess of oxygen, when the same sulfur, if it is burnt in presence of excess of oxygen, if this sulfur is burnt, you will get sulfur trioxide. And this sulfur trioxide, on dissolving in the water, it will form an acid called sulfuric acid. So remember, sulfurous acid and sulfuric acid are different acids. Okay, girls? So this is how an acid is formed. Okay, so an acid is formed by a non-metal. When a non-metal is burnt in the presence of oxygen, it forms non-metallic oxide. And when that non-metallic oxide is dissolved in the water, you will get an acid. So finally, from all these examples, we can say that acid is formed by dissolving a non-metallic oxide in the water. So this is how we prepare the acids which we use in our laboratory. Acids which are used in the laboratories are synthetic acids, and this is the procedure what we follow to prepare the synthetic acids. So synthetic acids, I mean to say, they are not natural acids; they are prepared by man. So all these natural synthetic acids are prepared by this manner. By dissolving the non-metallic oxide in the water, we will get the acid. Okay, acids like hydrochloric acid, sulfuric acid, phosphoric acid, nitric acid, carbonic acid, all these are mineral acids, and we can prepare the mineral acid by using this procedure. By dissolving the non-metallic oxides in the water, we will get the acid. Okay, now. So we have discussed about the natural indicators, and now let us discuss about the synthetic indicators. Synthetic indicators like phenolphthalein and methyl orange. Synthetic indicators. We have many synthetic indicators, but in this class, you are going to discuss only about two synthetic indicators. Synthetic indicators. They are methyl orange, and the other indicator is phenolphthalein. The other indicator is phenolphthalein. So these are the two synthetic indicators what we are going to discuss in this class. Okay. So how the natural color of this methyl orange is orange in color. The actual color of this methyl orange is orange in color, and the actual color of the phenolphthalein is colorless. It just looks like water. Okay, it just looks like water. It is colorless. Methyl orange is colorless solution. And how this methyl orange and phenolphthalein are turning in the presence of these acids and bases, let us see. So take different test tubes. Take one test tube and put some lemon juice into this. Put some lemon juice. And take second test tube and put same lemon juice into the second test tube also. Put some lemon juice into the second test tube. And put some methyl orange indicator into the first test tube. Into the first test tube, we have to put some methyl orange indicator. The actual color of the methyl orange indicator is orange in color. So after putting this methyl orange into the first test tube, what do you observe? It will turn into red color. Methyl orange is turning into red color. Phenolphthalein, it is a colorless liquid. Place that colorless liquid phenolphthalein into the test tube, which is containing lemon juice. So, and what do you observe here? You will see that the phenolphthalein colorless will remain as colorless. Repeat the same activity with the different substances what you have. Like you can do the same activity with any tartaric acid, like tamarind juice, tartaric acid, and citric acid. Citric acid just now we have done. And you can repeat the same experiment with the vinegar solution. Take two test tubes and put some vinegar solution into the two test tubes. And after keeping the vinegar solution into the two test tube, add some amount of methyl orange into the first test tube and phenolphthalein indicator into the second test tube. So we observe that methyl orange will turn into red color in the first test tube, that is vinegar solution, whereas phenolphthalein will remain colorless. So what does this lemon juice and this vinegar solution contains? As we have discussed previously that this lemon juice and vinegar contains some acid in them. Lemon juice contains citric acid and vinegar contains some acetic acid in it. Already we have discussed in our previous classes. Vinegar contains some acetic acid and this lemon juice contains some citric acid, what we have discussed. And in the presence of this acid, this methyl orange is turning into red color. Just now we have discussed methyl orange is turning into red color in the lemon juice and in vinegar solution. So from this we can conclude that in acids, the methyl orange turns into red color. This is an indicator. Okay, methyl orange turns into red color in acids. Next, phenolphthalein. When you have dropped some amount of few drops of phenolphthalein into lemon juice and into the vinegar, you have seen that the phenolphthalein is remaining colorless. That means that it will not change its color in the presence of acidic solution. Okay, so from this we can say that methyl orange in acids methyl orange turns to red. Methyl orange turns to red in acids. Just now we have seen the acid like lemon juice, and in the vinegar we have seen that methyl orange is turning into red color. Next, in acids, phenolphthalein. In acids, phenolphthalein is remaining colorless. In acid, phenolphthalein is remaining colorless. It is not changing its color in the presence of acid. So, indicator phenolphthalein is not changing its color in the presence of acid, whereas methyl orange is turning its color into red in the presence of acids. Now, let us repeat the same experiment with some other substances. See, take some lime water. Okay, take some lime water in 2 test tubes. In the first test tube, you take some amount of lime water, and in the second test tube also, you take some amount of lime water. 2 test tubes you have taken. In the 2 test tubes, what you have taken, children? You have taken some amount of lime water. Okay, lime water. You have prepared some lime water and you have kept it in the 2 test tubes. So, in these 2 test tubes, in the first test tube, you put some methyl orange. You put some methyl orange in the first test tube, and in the second test tube, you put some phenolphthalein indicator. Okay, in the second test tube also, you have to put some phenolphthalein indicator in the second test tube. First test tube, methyl orange, and the second test tube, phenolphthalein indicator. A drop of phenolphthalein indicator you add. So, what do you observe? We observe that in the lime water, this methyl orange is turning into yellow color. Actual color of the methyl orange is orange in color. It will turn into yellow in lime water. And phenolphthalein, actual color of the phenolphthalein is colorless. It is not having any color. But in the presence of this lime water, it turns into pink color. It is turning into pink color. The same experiment you can repeat with some other substance, like take some soap solution. Okay, take some soap solution in 2 test tubes. Take 2 test tubes and put some soap solution into the 2 test tubes. And after putting the soap solution into the 2 test tubes, add into the first test tube, you add methyl orange, and in the second test tube, you add some phenolphthalein indicator. What do you observe? You observe that in the first test tube, the methyl orange turns into yellow color, and in the second test tube, phenolphthalein where you have added, it turns into pink color. So from this, we can say that what does this lime water contains? Already we have discussed that lime water contains a base called calcium hydroxide. Soap solution also contains a base called potassium or sodium hydroxide. So in the presence of that base, the methyl orange and phenolphthalein are changing their color. Okay, so methyl orange is turning into yellow in the presence of base, and this phenolphthalein is changing into pink in the presence of any base. So finally, what we can write? So bases turns methyl orange. Bases turn methyl orange to yellow, and phenolphthalein turns into pink. Okay, children, I think I'm clear to you. In bases, methyl orange turns into yellow color. We have tested, we have seen, discussed an activity like when you have taken lime water into the 2 test tubes, and in one test tube, when you have kept this methyl orange indicator, this methyl orange indicator is turning into yellow color. The actual color of the methyl orange indicator is orange, but it is turning into yellow because of the presence of base in the lime water. In the same way, soap solution. In soap solution also, this methyl orange is turning into yellow color. So which indicates that methyl orange changes its color in the presence of base into yellow. And phenolphthalein is turning its color into pink in the presence of any base. So these are the synthetic indicators what we use in our laboratory. So acids turns the methyl orange to red, and phenolphthalein remains colorless. Phenolphthalein will not change its color in the presence of any acid. Next, bases turns methyl orange to yellow, and phenolphthalein turns into pink in the presence of any base. Phenolphthalein remains colorless in the acid, but phenolphthalein turns into pink in the presence of any base. Okay, so these are the synthetic indicators. See, many times you might have seen the magic, like a person who is cutting a lemon with a knife, and you might have observed like some blood is coming out of the lemon. In many magic shows, you might have seen that. Actually, what it is that the person will apply some methyl orange indicator to that knife. Just now we have seen how this methyl orange indicator is turning in the presence of an acid, it is turning into red. Okay, so if we apply some methyl orange indicator to that knife, and if that knife is used to cut the lemon, lemon is containing some citric acid in it. So in the presence of that acid, this methyl orange will turn into red color. Okay, so that is the reason why you observe like some blood is coming out of that lemon. Okay, children, am I clear to you? So you too can try this activity with the help of some hibiscus petals. When you rub the knife with the help of any hibiscus petals, and if you use that knife to cut the lemon, and you will see that you will observe that some blood-like substance or red color liquid is coming out of that lemon. This is because the hibiscus petals are turning to red color in the presence of acid. Okay, so this is a magic. This is the magic what the people will show when a person is cutting the lemon with the help of any knife. You will see that some blood is coming out of that lemon. That is actually not the blood. That is because of the methyl orange what they have applied to the knife. Methyl orange turns into red in the presence of the acid. Lemon contains an acid called citric acid. So in the presence of this citric acid, methyl orange will turn into red color, and we see like some blood is coming out of that lemon. Okay, so this is a simple activity what you too can try at your home. Okay, children? Okay, now. So basing on this, we can distinguish the acids and bases, how they are changing their colors in the presence of different indicators. Like lemon is not, lemon is containing some acid. It will not change the color of the turmeric. Turmeric is a natural indicator. In the presence of acid, it is not changing its color. But in the presence of base, it is turning into red color. The other different kinds of indicators what we have discussed, like hibiscus petals, China rose petals, beetroot solutions, they are also changing their color in the presence of acids and bases. And litmus paper is also one of the indicator. This is a synthetic indicator like methyl orange and phenolphthalein. They are also changing their color in the presence of acids and bases. So methyl orange turns to red in an acid. Phenolphthalein remains colorless in the acid. Bases turns methyl orange to yellow, and phenolphthalein turns to pink in the base. Okay then. Now let us do some more. Let us discuss some more activities to show the properties of the acid. Okay, how does the acid? How do we identify the acid? Basing upon the properties, we identify the acid. So what are the various properties of acids and bases? Let us see. So now we are going to discuss about the properties of acid by conducting or by discussing about certain activities, properties of acids. See, to discuss about these properties of acids, let us consider an activity. See, take 6 different test tubes, 6 different test tubes, and in this 6 different test tubes, you put some lemon juice. Okay, I have taken some 4 different test tubes. In all the 4 different test tubes, I have kept some lemon juice. In all these test tubes, I have kept some lemon juice, which contains an citric acid. Lemon juice I have taken. And into this 4 test tubes, I have added different metals. Okay, I have added, into the first test tube, I have added metal called zinc. Into the second test tube, I have taken a metal called magnesium. And into the third test tube, I have taken a metal called iron. And in the fourth test tube, I have taken a metal called copper. Okay, all these are metals. Okay, I have kept them in the lemon juice. All these metals, I have kept them in the lemon juice. So after a certain period, you will observe that some gas is coming out of this test tubes. So what is that gas? To test that gas, you can take a burning splinter. Burning splinter means you light a matchstick and bring that lighted matchstick near the mouth of the test tube where the gas is coming out. So when you bring that burning splinter near the mouth of the test tube where the gas is coming out, you can see that that burning splinter will put off with a pop sound and the gas will catch fire. What does it mean? The gas is a combustible gas because of which it is catching fire. And it is not a supporter of combustion due to which the burning splinter is putting off. About this you will learn in your higher classes, ma. But you remember, the gas which is coming out here, it is putting off the burning splinter. So this is the one of the property of hydrogen gas. So the gas which is evolved out is an hydrogen gas. So when this lemon juice is reacted with metal like zinc, or lemon juice is reacted with metal called magnesium, and the lemon juice is reacting with a metal called iron, when lemon juice is reacting with a metal called copper, some gases evolved out. That gas is a colorless gas and it is putting off the burning splinter with a pop sound. That gas is nothing but an hydrogen gas. Hydrogen gas. So what is a gas which is released? When any acid, we know that lemon juice contains an acid. So when any acid reacts with a metal, it liberates a gas called hydrogen gas. The property of the hydrogen gas is to put off the burning splinter with a pop sound. The property of hydrogen gas is to put off the burning splinter with a pop sound. So the gas which is liberated when metals reacts with acids is hydrogen gas. Remember children, what is a gas which is released there when metals reacts with any acid, or any acid reacts with metal, it liberates a gas called hydrogen gas. So this hydrogen gas was first introduced by a scientist called Henry Cavendish. Henry Cavendish has introduced this hydrogen gas first. He have invented this hydrogen gas first. Okay, ma? So when any metal reacts with an acid, it liberates a gas called hydrogen. So finally, from this activity, what we can conclude, the property of acid is that, first property from this activity, what we can write the property of an acid, when acid reacts with any metal, acid reacts with any metal, acid reacts with metals, liberates or produces hydrogen gas. This is one of the property of an acid. Acid reacts with the metals to liberate hydrogen gas. This is one of the property of an acid. Acid reacts with any metal like I have taken like zinc, copper, iron and magnesium. Different metals I have taken and I have kept these different metals in the lemon juice, and everywhere I got hydrogen gas. Okay, and I have tested with the burning splinter. The burning splinter is putting off with a pop sound, which shows that the gas is an hydrogen gas. This is the test for the hydrogen gas, ma. You have to remember that it is a test for the hydrogen gas. When the burning splinter puts off with a pop sound by giving some sound, if that splinter puts off, that means that the gas which is produced there is an hydrogen gas. So when acid reacts with metal, hydrogen gas is liberated. This is one of the property of acid, what you have to remember. Okay then. So from this we have seen that when any acid reacts with any metal, it produces hydrogen gas. And this is the reason why we will not store the acids in any metallic articles. We always store the acids in any glass vessel. In the laboratory, if you see all the mineral acids, we generally store them in the glass vessels. We store them in glass vessels because glass will not react with the acids, whereas the metals will react with acids and it liberates hydrogen gas. And in the kitchen, if you see, like pickles, jams, jellies, all these food items will be stored in glass or porcelain or plastic articles. They are never stored in any metallic articles. This is because when these substances like pickles, when they are stored in any metal vessels, these metals will start reacting with the acid which is present in the pickle. Children, pickles are sour in taste. Okay, they are sour in state. And jam is made up of fruit. Okay, jam is also made up of fruit. Fruits contain some acids in them. So these acids will start reacting with the metals, and they release certain toxic materials which are not good for our health. Okay, so that is the reason why we don't store, or we don't prefer to store these pickles, jams, jellies and all in the metallic vessels. we prefer to store them in any porcelain articles or in any glass vessel or in the plastic vessels, because these acids will not react with the glass, porcelain articles or the plastic vessels. They react with the metallic articles. When they react with metallic articles, it releases they releases toxic substances which are not good for our health. So it is not preferable to store the pickles, jams and jellies in the metallic articles. Okay then. And you might have seen like copper vessels. Inside the copper vessels, it is coated with some tin. Why it is coated with some tin? Because if that copper vessel is used to store any food item, that food item will react with the copper. If the tin coating is not present, food items will start reacting with the copper. Copper is a metal. See, tin is also a metal, but reactivity of tin is less when compared to reactivity of copper. Okay, so this copper vessel will start reacting with the substance which are stored in it, and it forms a green color layer. Okay, green color layer will be formed there. So in order to prevent that, we will be coating the copper vessels. Inner walls of the copper vessels will be coated with some tin. Tin is less reactive when compared to copper. Okay then. Okay. So now let us discuss something about acid rains. You might have seen acid rains. Acid rains. How these acid rains are formed, children? Acid rains are formed by the release of industrial waste. See, nowadays, lot of industrial waste is released into the atmosphere. Okay, and lot of pollution we are creating. Because of that, these acid rains are caused. The industrial waste contains some sulfur dioxide. Industrial waste contains some sulfur dioxide. These are the these are the gases which are present in the exhausted fumes of any industries. Okay, sulfur dioxide, nitrogen dioxide, all these are the gases which are present in any industrial waste. And carbon dioxide, like vehicles, when we use this vehicles, it releases gases called carbon dioxide. All these are non-metallic oxides. Already we have discussed that non-metallic oxides, when they dissolve in the water, what does they form? They form acid. So this sulfur dioxide, when it is dissolved in the rainwater, okay, this sulfur dioxide dissolves in the rainwater, it forms an acid called sulfurous acid. And nitrogen dioxide dissolves in the water to form an acid called nitric acid. Okay, children. So the acid rains are caused due to the industrial waste. Okay, the acid rains are caused due to the industrial waste, and these industrial waste which is released, it contains some of the gases like sulfur dioxide, nitrogen dioxide, sulfur dioxide, carbon dioxide. All these are non-metallic oxides. And when these non-metallic oxides are dissolved in the water, it produces acid. It means it will form an acid, and that acid, when it is dissolved, that acid will come to the earth as acid rain. Okay, children, all this sulfur dioxide, nitrogen dioxide, they will dissolve in the rainwater. They will dissolve in the rainwater because they mixes with the atmosphere. They'll be present in the atmosphere, and they will dissolve in the rainwater, and it forms an acid, and they forms acid, and all these acids will be coming to the earth as the acid rains. And these acid rains will cause certain harm to our skin. Okay, they causes certain harm to our skin. They also causes some harm to the plants and animals. And these acids will also cause some harm to the monuments. When these acids fall on any monuments like Taj Mahal is completely made up of marble. Okay, this marble is turning into yellow color. So why does it turns? What is the reaction which is happening? We'll discuss in the tomorrow class. Okay then, so let us recollect what we have learned today. So today we have seen that indicators, synthetic indicators, two types of synthetic indicators we have discussed. One is methyl orange, the other one is phenolphthalein indicator. Methyl orange, actual color of the methyl orange is orange in color. It turns into red in the presence of an acid, and phenolphthalein remains colorless. Actual color of the phenolphthalein is colorless and is remaining colorless in the acidic solution. And in base, this methyl orange turns into yellow, and the phenolphthalein turns into pink in the presence of any base. One of the property of acid what we have discussed today is that acids reacts with metals to produce hydrogen gas. This is one of the property what we have discussed. So tomorrow in the next class, we'll discuss about one more property of acid. Okay then. So girls, children, today your homework is you have to write. I have discussed about this already. Why we should not store the pickles or jams or jellies in the metal articles. You have to write the reason for that. That is your homework. Why we should not store pickles in the metal vessels. Okay, already I have discussed about this. Pickles are sour in taste. They contain some acids in them, and these acids will react with the metal. Like metals, when the acids react with metal, it liberates hydrogen gas. Along with that hydrogen gas, it also releases certain toxic substances which are not good for our health. So it is not preferable to store the pickles in any metal vessels. So elaborate that answer and write it. Okay then. So we'll meet in the next class.
Morning, children. Hope you all are doing well. Okay. How are you all? Doing good? Yes. So before getting into the lesson, we'll have a small voice time also. Yesterday I told you we'll have a small voice time. Okay. And in the previous class, what did we discuss, children? What did we discuss in the previous class? We discussed the life in town and life in village. Okay, so related to this only, we are going to have a lesson, a beautiful lesson from our English textbook. So that lesson we are going to learn today. And before learning the lesson, once we would like to recall whatever we have discussed in the previous class. The name of the lesson is as you all know, lesson one. What is the name of the lesson? The townhouse. The townhouse and mouse and the country mouse is the lesson we are going to learn. And before entering this lesson, we have discussed nice points like the life in town and the life in village we discussed, and how we feel. Suppose if we are left in the town, suppose we are from a village and we are left in the town, how we feel. And suppose we are from a village, we are from a town and we are left in a village, how we feel. So the same way, same like human beings, animals also will have their feelings. Yes, and in this lesson, our writer narrates a nice story on the feeling of animal, feelings of the mice. Okay, how they felt when they exchange their places. It's not exactly exchanging. When they go to the other place, there will be two cousins. But one is town mouse and the other one is country mouse. These two will be cousins. There will be one will be living in the town, the other one will be living in the country. Country means it's nothing but a village. So they'll just go to visit the places. Like town mouse will go to visit the country mouse mouse will come to visit the town mouse, and how they feel when they change their place. Here in this lesson we are going to learn. So before getting into the lesson, I told you we are going to have a small voice time, a narration of small, that the other day also I played it for you. Today I am once again playing. There is a reason behind playing this voice time, because on this voice time this is a listening, this helps us as a listening skill, and in the listening we are going to have some questions from the listening also. So here we have a small nice one for you. Once you listen carefully.
A town mouse and a country mouse. There lived a country mouse and a town mouse who were cousins. The country mouse lived in mouse country and the town mouse lived in mouse town. They used to write letters to each other very frequently. One fine day, the country mouse got a letter from the town mouse. Dear cousin, I'm not feeling well these days. I'm suffering from cough for the last 4 days. My doctor advised me to take rest for a few days in the countryside. May I stay with you? Expecting an early reply, with warm wishes, yours affectionately, Town Mouse. No sooner did the country mouse read the letter, it replied back, inviting the town mouse. Dear cousin, I'm very happy that you are planning to visit Mouse Country. I do not have any problem if you stay with me. I am awaiting your arrival. With warm wishes, yours affectionately, Country Mouse. The town mouse packed his bags and left to the station. The day was very bright and sunny, so the town mouse felt hot in the train.
Oh God, it's so hot. I wish there was an air-conditioned coach.
Having no other choice, he grumbled to himself, and the train moved slowly towards the country. The country mouse was waiting on the platform while the train chugged into the station.
The train was dreadful. I feel very thirsty. I hope you have.
The town mouse and the country.
Sorry, cousin. I just have some water. But I can try for some coconut water if you are okay with that. Coconut water? Can't we get any orange juice or lemonade here? Sorry, cousin. I'm afraid not. But I found a very nice piece of fruit and a tender bit of sugar cane. I'm quite sure you will like that. Fruit? Sugar cane? I just can't eat raw food. But this is what we all eat here. So I am afraid you two have to eat the same. This is not too bad to eat.
So children, in this audio, what did we listen? This town mouse actually comes to the country, and there the country mouse is offering some food to the town mouse, and the town mouse is not able to adjust with the eating habits or living habits of the country mouse. Okay, right from the train coach itself it started. I wish I had an air conditioned coach like that, he said, because he is habituated to all the all the comforts. Okay, so before getting into the lesson, here we will discuss the formal letter. Why we are discussing the formal letter? Because here the town mouse writes a formal letter to the country mouse. So while discussing that letter itself, we will once discuss the format of formal letter also. Okay, so in the today's home task also you can follow something like writing a formal letter. So we'll just see the format of a formal letter. Sorry, informal letter. Informal letter he wrote. Informal letter or letter to a friend we call it. Yes. So here the town mouse writes an informal letter to the country mouse asking that he is not feeling it. He is feeling sick and he wants to come to the country mouse place to have some change of place and to have some relaxation. I want to come to your place. It will ask permission so that when the country mouse responds to the letter, then the town mouse visits the country mouse. Okay, then the story starts actually. So before getting into the lesson, let us discuss how to write letter to a friend or an informal letter. First, while writing the informal letter, we'll write our station, and date. Okay, full stop. First, we have to write the station. Note down the format of the informal letter, station and date, full stop. Next, we will write down dear friend or dear cousin or dear daddy or dear mummy. Okay, this is the salutation, and then we will go with the body of the letter, means whatever we want to write, we will write here. Body of the letter. Okay, body of the letter, and then we'll conclude it by saying bye or something. Whatever we want to say, we can say. And here you will be writing yours lovingly or affectionately or yours, any informal word you can use. Yours lovingly, and here you will be writing your name, full stop. And to whom you are writing the letter, that to address must be written at the bottom here. That is important. This is how we write an informal letter. Okay. So this is how we have to write an informal letter. Please take it down, children. Please take it down. It's a very easy one already. You know it right from the childhood days. We are learning this. This is the format of an informal letter or a friendly letter, letter to a friend. So this is how we have to write it. Today in the task, you have to write a letter. So you have to take the format of the letter first. Later, we'll get into the introduction of some new words from the lesson. Okay, once we are done with the introduction of new words, then we can start our lesson. The most interesting lesson we will be starting today. Okay, all the children will enjoy the lesson, I am sure. But before that, once you take down the format of the letter, Once you're done with it, I'll erase it. Let's have a look at some important vocabulary or the new words. We have it in the textbook. We have a glossary in the textbook, but there are very limited words in the glossary. Those will not be sufficient for you to understand it better. So we have taken some more words. More words I have chosen for you. So all those words, if you take down, it will be easy for you to understand. You can put the heading vocabulary. Already I told you what is vocabulary. Vocabulary are the words of one language which will make your language more polished. If your vocabulary is good, your language will be more attractive and more polished. Yes. So write down, take down first one vocabulary. In the vocabulary, first we will take it ill. Ill means sick. Just going to divide the board into two halves so that it will be easy for me to write down more words. Okay. Ill means sick. Your handwriting must be very neat and you must be noting down in the classwork. I want you all to note down in the classwork so that it will be a good reference book to you. Okay. Next one. Here in the lesson we have this countryside. Countryside means village. Next one. Grumbled. Grumbled means complained. Grumbled means complained. Grumbled means complained. Next one. The next word is dreadful. The more words you learn, the more easier it becomes to learn the lesson, to understand the lesson. Okay. Dreadful. You have terrible. Dreadful means terrible or unpleasant or very bad. Dreadful, unpleasant or very bad. Next one. Next word we come across in this lesson is horror. Horror means fear. Horror means fear. And the next one is tender. Tender means young. Tender means young. I'm just moving, children. Just wait. I'm moving. Exclaimed. Exclaimed. Once I finish writing, I'll move from the board so that you can copy it. Exclaimed means surprised. Exclaimed means surprised. Raw. Raw means uncooked. Uncooked. Okay? Please make a note of it. Your handwriting must be neat and it must be very clear so that when we meet in the Google Meet, we'll be having a meeting in the Google Meet. Then we can have an interaction. Then I would like to see all your classworks, how you are maintaining and everything we will see. And we are going to give a clear discussion. We are going to have a clear discussion from student to student. We'll have a discussion with madam. Okay. So you must be very careful in noting down the notes. It's not for my sake or it's not for your parents' sake. You must write it for your sake because this notebook will be a reference notebook for you in future. So you have to write it neatly without mistakes. There must not be any mistakes. First one is ill. First word is ill. Ill means sick. Ill means sick. Ill, sick. Next one, countryside. Countryside means village. Countryside means village. Here one mouse lives in this countryside in this lesson. Okay. And one town mouse visits his country, this village. And there what the town mouse will face, how the town mouse will do its action. Lot of action will be there by the town mouse. All that we are going to enjoy in the lesson. Okay, next one is, the third one is grumbled. Grumbled means complained. Grumbled means complained. Grumbled means complained. The fourth one is dreadful. Dreadful. Dreadful is terrible or unpleasant or very bad. Dreadful is terrible, unpleasant or very bad. Okay? Note it down neatly. Next, the fifth one is horror. Horror means fear. Horror means fear. And the sixth one is tender. Tender means young. Tender means young. Tender means young. And the seventh one is exclaimed. Exclaimed means surprised. Exclaimed means surprised. Exclaimed is surprised. And the eighth one is raw. Raw is uncooked. Raw is uncooked. Okay. We have some more words. We have some more words. If you are done with this, we will move forward with some more important vocabulary. Some more important words will be given. Yes, ill, sick, countryside. If you are done with it, please check it once. Please check it. Ill, sick, countryside, village, grumbled, complained, dreadful, terrible, unpleasant or very bad. Dreadful means terrible, unpleasant or very bad. Horror. Horror means fear. Tender. Tender means young. Tender means young. Exclaimed is surprised. Exclaimed is surprised. Raw is uncooked. Yes. Let me erase these four so that we can write some more new words. What all new words we are going to come across in today's lesson I am writing. Okay. In today's lesson, these words we are going to come across. Tomorrow's words, tomorrow we can discuss. Next one is nibbled. Nibbled means eat lightly. Eat lightly or take tiny bites of something. You know how a mouse eats, right? It will take small bits, it will take it and it will chew it. Small bits it will take. That is called nibbling. Okay. Next one is, 10th one is showed. Showed means pointed. Showed means pointed. Next word we come across is affectionately. These all are the words we are going to come across in our part of the lesson which is going to be discussed. Okay, if you are well aware of the words, you can easily understand it. So I am giving you in the beginning. Affectionately is lovingly. Affectionately is lovingly. Next. Affectionately is lovingly. And the 12th one is pack. Pack means to put clothes into a bag in preparation for a trip away from home. So packing means, here in this lesson, generally packing means putting all the things in a packet or doing some packing work. But here in this lesson, packing means to put the clothes in a bag. In a bag, he'll put all his clothes in a bag in preparation for going on a trip away from home. When we are leaving home and when we are going on a trip or we are going on a tour, we pack the things, right? So that pack is this pack here. Okay. Next one. Let me write the remaining words also so that I'll give you time to copy. First of all, if I am done with writing, I can give you time to copy down. Next one is uncomfortable. Uncomfortable means unpleasant. Next, chug. This is a textual word. Most of the textual glossary words also are included in this. Okay. Chug. To move, making the sound, of an engine running slowly. That is called chugging. Okay, two more words are there. I'll just write it this side. Two more words we have. So chug means here to move, making a sound like an engine, slowly running engine. The train engine, how it will make children sound, the chuk 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 chuk, some sound will be there. In our childhood days, we used to play. That is called chugging. Okay. So chug means to move, making a sound of an engine running slowly, slow moving engines, how it will make sound. That kind of sound is called chug. Uncomfortable means unpleasant. Yeah, I'm moving here. Nibbled. Nibbled means I told you, eat lightly or take tiny bits, small bits if you take, and we will do it, nibble it with the teeth, whichever is available in the front part. So that is called nibbling. Take tiny bites of something. Okay, that is called nibbling. Next is showed. Showed means pointed. Showed is nothing but pointed. Means showing. That one I want, will point at something and will show it, right? So that is called showing. Next, affectionately. Spellings must be very clear and very correct. While writing the notes, your spellings must be correct. Don't write wrong spellings. Okay. Affectionately means lovingly. Affectionately means lovingly. Affectionately means lovingly. And then the next one is pack. Pack means I told you to put clothes into a bag in preparation for a trip from home. From home, if you are going away from home on a trip to some other place, then we'll pack all the things. That is called packing. And next is uncomfortable means not comfortable or unpleasant. We are not comfortable. When we are not comfortable, we use the word unpleasant or uncomfortable. Next is chug. Already I told you the sound of a slow moving engine. Okay. These are two more words we have. Just two more words. We can take it down. Then we will get into the lesson. Today's lesson. Before knowing the lesson, you must be used to all these words. Then only you'll understand the lesson better. Okay. Next one, 15th one is delicious. Delicious means tasty and enjoyable. Tasty and enjoyable. Something which is very tasty. Suppose your daddy brings an ice cream to you. You will enjoy it, isn't it? You will enjoy it. It will be very delicious to taste. Okay. When something which is tasty and enjoyable, something we enjoy eating is called delicious. And next is sunny. Sunny means with a lot of bright light from the sun. With a lot of bright light from the sun. Okay. These are the new words or new vocabulary or new terms which we are going to come across in the today's part of our lesson. Okay. So once I'll read out the words which we have discussed just now, so that you can check it neatly. You have to check it. Okay, without any spelling mistakes. If you have the clear notes with you, without any spelling mistakes, it will be easier for you to read and refer before writing any test. Okay. Maintaining a neat notes is very important. First word we discussed is sick. Sick means ill. Ill we discussed, sorry, ill. Ill means sick. Next, I'm just reading out for you. In the meantime, you can copy this down right from the, if you are done with it, right from the word one, you can once check. Those who are writing this can carry on with your writing. Those who have completed writing can check your words which I am reading out. Yes, ill. Ill is sick. Next one is countryside. Countryside is village. Countryside is village. Grumbled. Grumbled means complained. Grumbled means complained. Dreadful. Dreadful means terrible, unpleasant, or very bad. Dreadful means terrible, unpleasant, or very bad. Very bad. Next, horror. Horror means fear. Horror means fear. Next is tender. Tender means young. Tender means young. Some of the children are writing very neatly. When we are having a Google Meet, we are able to see their notes. They are really maintaining very nice. I appreciate all those children who are maintaining a neat notes. Okay, if you are taking these classes seriously, you will have good results. Okay. Tender means young. And there are some children who are coming and disturbing the other children, just like a classroom. Everyone is coming here to learn the things. You are not supposed to disturb others. Their parents, your parents, everybody is watching you. If you keep disturbing others, it will be a waste of time for them. Okay? Next one. Raw means uncooked. Raw is uncooked. Nibbled. Eat lightly. or take tiny bits of something. Eat lightly or take tiny bits of something. Showed means pointed. Showed, pointed. Next, affectionately. Here we have affectionately, lovingly. Affectionately, lovingly. Next one, pack. Pack, to put clothes into a bag. To put clothes into a bag. In preparation. In preparation for a trip. For a trip away from home. In preparation for a trip away from home. That is called pack. Next is uncomfortable. Uncomfortable is unpleasant. Chug means to move, making a sound of an engine slowly, running slowly. To to move, making the sound of an engine running slowly. Okay. And the next one is delicious. Delicious means tasty and enjoyable. Delicious means tasty and enjoyable. Sunny. Sunny means with a lot of bright light from the sun. With a lot of bright light from the sun. I can see some of the text messages of the children saying, yes, ma'am, okay, ma'am. So I hope you all are following me. So note it down neatly. Then we'll go what letter our town mouse wrote to the country mouse. We will see in the first part of the textbook. We are going to see this. If you have your textbooks, please open page number 2. Please open page number 2 from the textbook. Once when I read it out, you hear it clearly. Okay? So after writing this, you just have to open page number 2 from the textbook and listen to what I am reading and explaining. Okay? Right. Here comes the town mouse and the country mouse. In the lesson, the town mouse and the country mouse. The town mouse and the country mouse were cousins. Who are these two? The town mouse and the country mouse. These two are cousins. Okay, these two are cousins. Okay, they often wrote to each other. They often write letters to each other. What do they do? In those times, there were no phones and there were no like mobile phones and all. They were not there. So they used to, in the olden days, we used to write letters. So the same way, our country mouse and town mouse also, they used to write letters to each other. Okay. One day, the country mouse got this letter from his cousin. So one day, our country mouse, who received the letter? Country mouse received the letter. Who wrote the letter? Town mouse wrote the letter. Okay. Town mouse, let us, for more clarity, let us compare ourselves to town mouse and let us compare somebody else, one of your cousins to the country mouse. Okay. So who wrote the letter now? We wrote the letter. Who are we here? We are the town mouse. Okay. So what he is writing, see, kitchen cupboard, his address. Right. Already I told you on the right side we have to write the address. Yes. So kitchen cupboard, mouse town. So he lives in the kitchen cupboard in the mouse town. Which town he lives? Mouse town is the town's name, and 11th March 2012 he wrote the letter. Okay. He writes like this. Dear cousin, what he is writing? Dear cousin. Who is the cousin here? The country mouse is the cousin. Dear cousin, I have been ill with a cough and my doctor feels I need a holiday. So what is the town mouse writing? Dear cousin, my dear country mouse, I am feeling ill, means I am feeling sick. Okay. And the doctor advised me that I should, for how he is feeling sick, he's having a cough. Cough means, what do we call? Nowadays we should not have a cough because it is a corona time. If you have a cough, it is very dangerous. Yes. So he is having a cough, and the doctor said you need to change your place and you need to have a holiday. Like you need to go to some peaceful place, and if you live there for some days, your illness will be recovered. The doctor suggested. Whom did the doctor suggest? The doctor suggested the town mouse. Okay. So he asked me to spend a week in the countryside. So doctor asked him to spend his 1 week, nearly 1 week. He wanted to spend his time in the countryside. Countryside means what I told you, in a peaceful place, in a village. Okay, because now this mouse is living in a town. So asked him to spend some time in the countryside. Okay, may I stay with you? Please give me an early reply. He's asking, may I stay with you? Can I come to your place? Can I stay with you? Like that, he is asking her the permission of the country mouse. The country mouse permission was asking. Okay. With warm regards, he wrote, yours affectionately, the town mouse. So your town mouse is writing this letter. The doctor actually asked me to have a change in the place, or the doctor suggested me that I should change the place, or I should go to a peaceful place, or I should go to a countryside, so that I can get rid of my cough, he said. So he wanted to go to his cousin's place. What is his cousin's place? His cousin lives in a country. Oh, there he wanted to come, and for going there, first of all, he is writing a letter to his cousin asking him, can I come to your place for staying a week? Okay. So the country mouse will receive the letter, and let us see how he reacts. Okay, when someone says that they are coming to our home, how would we react? We'll feel happy, right? So when our cousins are coming, when our friends are coming, we will feel very, very happy, so that we'll have lot of fun, so that we can have good time with them. Okay, so you can refer to the textbook pages. If you don't have the textbook with you, you can download the PDF which is already sent in your WhatsApp. Okay, from the PDF you can go through the textbook, but going through the textbook is compulsory. Without going through the lesson, you will not have a clear idea. Okay, so you have to go through the lesson, and what all new words we have learned today. Tomorrow in the tomorrow's class we'll see how the cousin reacted and how the cousin replied. Okay, so now there is a proposal for the town mouse to go and stay in the country mouse place, because he is feeling sick. He is not feeling good. Okay, and the doctor advised him that he should go and he should have some rest. So he asks the permission of his cousin, his country mouse, that whether he may come to his place. Okay, let us see in the tomorrow's class how the country mouse reacts, how the country mouse replies, and what discussion will take place between the country mouse and the town mouse. And the lesson is going to be very, very interesting, and we can see a lot of action of our town mouse. First it was asking nicely, can I come to your place? It asked. After coming to the place, after coming to the country, the town mouse will show a lot of attitude. Okay, all that we are going to discuss in the tomorrow's class. So we are going to write a small homework. I am going to give you a small home task. I'll give you first 5 words. First 5 words are there. No, ill, countryside, grumble, dreadful, and horror. These 5 words we have taken. On those 5 words, you have to write one simple sentence using the 5 words. Okay, you have to make own sentences on the first 5 words of the vocabulary which we discussed today. Okay, home task is write 5 sentences using the given words. 5 your own sentences you can write down. 5 own sentences you can write by using the given words. Already 5 given words. Sorry, I told you first 5 words you can take. 1 to 5 words you can take. First one is sick. Next one is countryside. And the third one is grumbled. Fourth one is dreadful. And fifth one is horror. So by using these 5 words, we are going to write 5 own sentences. And you have to go through this vocabulary. Read the vocabulary thoroughly. It is not just for noting down sake. You have to go through it. All the words once you read, revise. Anyway, while explaining the lesson, I will be repeatedly telling you these words so that it will become acquainted to you. But you need to read it. It's very, very important that you have to read it. Okay. Hope you all will learn the new words which we discussed today, and hope you all will frame 5 sentences which I asked you to do. Very simple task I gave you. Any 5 own sentences you can write down by using the first five words that we discussed. We are going to have a check in the Google Meet. When we meet in the Google Meet, we are going to check all these things. Okay. Hope you all have enjoyed the class. We have learned so many new vocabulary words also today. So, using these words, we can improve our English language. Also, I told you all these vocabulary must be used in your daily life to improve our language. We can improve our language if you improve our vocabulary. It's not just limited to noting down in the notebook. Okay, you have to learn it carefully. Clear? So we'll be discussing the remaining part of the lesson, how the country mouse reacted after receiving the letter from the town mouse, whether he felt happy or sad, or how he felt and what he is going to give a reply, and how the town mouse after coming to the country, how the town mouse is going to have a good time with this country mouse and all. We are going to discuss in the tomorrow's class. Till then, this is the end of today's session, and have a nice day. Bye bye.
Good morning, children. How are you all? I think all safe at your home. So already last class we discussed the total lesson about the rain and rivers. So last 6 episodes we discussed about the how clouds are forming, what is meant by rain, and what are the stages of the water cycle, from which monsoon winds we are getting rainfall, and again those monsoon winds are how many types, and how many rivers are flowing in our Andhra Pradesh. So what are the important rivers and what are the types of rivers, and at the same time, so what are the uses of water and the disasters. So what is called a flood and what is called a floodplain and what is a cyclone and what steps we are going to take precautions for disasters and all we discuss. So let us get a brief discussion or quick review about the rain and rivers. So why? Because total already we will complete the total lesson. By tomorrow we are going to post assignment also based on this lesson. So a quick review. First of all, when we observe the total surface of the earth, we observe total surface of the earth. Earth look like a blue planet. Why Earth is look like a blue planet? Listen here, children. If you observe the total surface of the Earth, on the Earth surface, nearly Earth surface is covered with 71% of the water. How much percentage? 71% of the surface of the Earth covered with water, and at the same time, 29% of the surface of the Earth is covered with land. So then, this land, the huge land masses on the surface of the Earth is known as continents. Already, I told you. So then, the total large water bodies on the surface of this is covered with oceans. I told you. So then, if you viewed from the space, the Earth is look like a blue planet. Why? Because most of the surface of the Earth is covered with water. So that's why Earth is also known as blue planet or watery planet. Already discussed. So then the total where we are getting water. So then what are the uses of the water? Here already I told you the total surface of the earth, 71% of the earth is covered with the water bodies. From where we are getting water? Where we are getting water, and what are the uses of water? That's what we are going to discuss now. So now, first of all, what is our topic? Our topic is rain and rivers. Our topic is rain and rivers. What is called as rain? What is called as rain, children? So then, rain is a liquid drops of water that fall from the sky. So then, what is called rain, children? What is called rain? Rain is a liquid form of water that falls from the sky. Rain is a liquid drops of water that fall from the sky. Rain is a liquid form of water. Form of water fell from the sky. This is known as rain. So then automatically is the total rain all around the throughout the year, is it possible that we may not get all around the year, we may not get a rainfall? And at the same time, already I told you 71% of the earth is covered with water, and at the same time 29% of the surface of the earth is covered with the land, I told you. But this is total 29% of the land. Is it will get sufficient rainfall all over the year? No, it will not get sufficient rainfall all over the year. So what did you understood? Entire the earth, the rain will not come all over the year, and at the same time rainfall is also not sufficient. The total 29% of the land. In some more areas it will get more and more rainfall. In some areas it will receive less rainfall. So that's why. And what are the uses of water? Uses of water. What are the uses of water generally? For the uses of yes, we are using for the drinking purpose, domestic purpose, like industrial use, cultivating crops, all these for to lead our life. Water is essential for all the purpose, like domestic purpose, industrial purpose, cultivating purpose, and all. So then where we are getting water? So then automatically rain is a liquid form of water fell from the sky. How it will come from the sky? Why? In which causes rains? Generally, the year is divided into the 12 months. Like year is divided into the 12 months, like from January to December. So then, in these months, right from the we are in which season now? In July month now. So which season it is? It is rainy season. Like right from the June, July, August, September, October, all these months we will get a rainfall. So again, November, December also some of the cyclones will form. How all these are formed? Why? Because after getting severe heat in the months of March, April, May, getting severe heat. Where we are getting heat? Where we are getting heat? From the sun. From the sun. So here, which is the main principal source of energy? sun is the main principal source of energy. Sun is the main principal source of energy, children. So then, sun is the main principal source of energy. Where we are living on the earth. Here, we are living on the earth, and at the same time, we are receiving heat from the sun. So then, throughout the year, so then the energy which is constantly releasing from the sun, the energy constantly emitted by the sun, that is known as solar radiation, or else the heat or energy whatever we are receiving from the sun, that is known as solar radiation. So then automatically the energy what we are getting from the sun, where it will goes, again it is reaching to the surface of the earth. So then that energy or that solar radiation in which months are more? In the months of March, April, and May. These months we are getting severe temperature on the surface of the earth. So remaining months also we will get temperature. But when compared to the remaining months like March, April, May, these months is summer season. Why? Because here is given to the summer season, rainy season, winter season. Again it will come after winter season, again summer. After summer, rainy. Rainy after winter. Again winter, it is a weather phenomena. So like that we are in which season now? We are in rainy season now. So like that March, April, May. In the months of March, April, May, we will get more number of heat. So then after getting severe heat from the sun, what will happen? So whatever water bodies, whatever surface water is there on the surface of the earth, it will getting heat from the energy what we are receiving from the sun. Then automatically the water bodies, where the more and more water is available on the surface of the earth, the more water is available on the surface of the earth is oceans it is available. So then the water resources, whatever is available on the oceans, not only oceans, like what are the water bodies on the surface of the earth? Like oceans, rivers, lakes, ponds, streams, canals, all these are consisting water on the surface of the earth. But when compared to all the areas, more and more water is available on the oceans. So then the water which is consisted on the or presented in the oceans, the energy what we are receiving from the sun, because of that heat, it become heat and heat. Then automatically what will happen? The total whatever water is there, it is starting evaporating. It will start as evaporating. What is meant by evaporation? What is meant by evaporation? So then the evaporation, change water into the vapor is known as evaporation. Changing of water into the vapor. Evaporation. So what is meant by evaporation? The changing of water. Water into the vapor. Into the vapor, that is known as evaporation. So in this process, the changing of water into the vapor, that is known as evaporation. I told you, in the evaporation process only, the total water whatever is present in the surface of the earth, because it is getting heat what we are receiving from the sun, it is evaporates into the sky. Then what is that? Here the whatever water is available on the surface of the earth, it will change from liquid stage to gaseous stage, children. The total surface of the liquid water, whatever liquid water is there on the surface of the earth, it will evaporate. In the process of evaporation, it will change into the gaseous stage. Why? Because the total water is evaporated into the sky and going into the inner surface, higher stages of the atmosphere. What is called atmosphere? The air surrounding earth is called atmosphere. Atmosphere is a sea of gases. In that sea of gases, even water is also evaporating from the surface of the earth to the atmosphere. Understood, children? So that is because water is a cyclic renewable resource. Water is a cyclic renewable resource. It will come from the land to the ocean, wash into the land is a continuous process. So through which process? Through the evaporation process. Whatever water is there from the liquid stage to the gaseous stage, it will form. So like that. How the rainfall will come from the sky? Here already I told you the heat what we are getting from the sun. Heat what we are getting from the sun, earth surface. Earth surface. So then heat is getting from the sun. Then the heat is getting from the sun. Obviously, because of this heat, total water bodies it become water bodies will become getting heat. Then automatically, after getting heat, they may rise from the liquid stage to the gaseous stage and reaches into the atmosphere. Reaches into the atmosphere, into the sky. Atmosphere, already sea of gases, I told you. Atmosphere. Then what will happen? This water, whatever is changed into the liquid and the gaseous stage, while reaching into the higher stages of the atmosphere, it becomes thin and thin. It becomes thinner and thin, and automatically the dust particles, whatever is presented in the atmosphere, it is mixed up with dust particles, what is present in the atmosphere. Then automatically what will happen? These, along with mixing up with these dust particles, this water vapor grew in size. It will increase their size. Then what will happen? They cannot hold the capacity to carry the moisture. So then this water vapor, along with the dust particles, they will form as a clouds in the atmosphere. So like this, forms in the clouds in the atmosphere or sky, like this. The total water will evaporate. They will change it into the atmosphere. So then they mix up in the dust particles. Then they may increase their size in the atmosphere. They may increase their size, but they can't hold the capacity. Then what will happen? Again, they formed as a droplets of water, liquid droplets. So then liquid droplets, again they are formed as a liquid droplets. This total droplets of water, again they will come into the surface of the earth as a rain from the clouds. So this is the weather phenomena. Like this, water will in the form of rain again wash into the land to the ocean, and wash into the land, and due to the atmosphere, again due to the evaporation process, they may form clouds. Again in the form of clouds, they can't hold the capacity to carry moisture. They will increase their size. Again in the form of droplets, liquid form of droplets, in the form of rain, again it is coming to the surface of the water. So that's why water, what I told you, water is a cyclic renewable resource. It can land to the ocean, wash into the land. In this way, after every summer season, we may receive more and more rainfall. Why? Because, so here one thing you need to understood: in which months more evaporation takes place. In which months more evaporation takes place means in which season would be more evaporation? Summer or winter? In the summer season. In the summer season, more evaporation. Evaporation is more, children. Why? Because in summer season, temperature is more what we are receiving from the sun. Then automatically in the summer season, evaporation is more. So then automatically, if evaporation is more, they may reach to the atmosphere higher stages. They cannot hold the capacity. Why? Because while reaching atmosphere stages, they become thin and thin. Then they may form as a clouds. In the formed as a cloud, they will increase their size. They can't carry the moisture in the higher stages of the atmosphere. Again in the form of the rain, it will come into the surface of the earth. Like this, in this process, the rainfall will happen on the surface of the earth. Then automatically, one more question I already told you: summer. During the summer season, more evaporation, and at the same time, evaporation is more in when daytime or nighttime, children. In which area? Either morning or daytime or nighttime evaporation is more. Generally, evaporation is more during daytime only. Why? Because during daytime only we will receive more amount of temperature from the sun to the surface of the earth. So generally evaporation is more in the daytime, children. More evaporation is there in the daytime. And at the same time, where do we think maximum evaporation took place? Already I told you the total maximum maximum evaporation takes place on the surface of the earth from the oceans, lakes, rivers, ponds, and tanks and all, children. So why? Because wherever the more amount of water resources are available from that area only, more evaporation is there. Then obviously on the surface of the earth, oceans only consist more number of large amount of water resources. So then here already we discussed about the evaporation and formation of clouds also we discussed. So then already I told you water is a cyclic renewable resource. Water is a cyclic renewable resource from ocean to the land and land to the ocean. So then that is known as water cycle. That is known as water cycle. So what is meant by water cycle? The process of evaporating, the process of water evaporating from the seas. So water cycle. Let me tell you water cycle. Water cycle. The process of water evaporating from the seas. The process of water evaporating from the seas. The process of water evaporating from the seas, forming clouds in the sky. Seas and forming clouds in the sky. Clouds in the sky. Forming clouds in the sky. And coming down as a rain. Sky and coming down as a rain. Already I explained you coming down as a rain, flowing down on the slope of land. Down as rain, flowing down on the slope of the land. On the slope of the land. So this process is known as water cycle. The process of water evaporating. The process of water evaporating the seas and forming clouds in the sky and coming down as a rain, flowing down to the slope of the land. So that's why ocean to the land to the ocean is a cyclic renewable resource. That is known as ocean. That is known as water cycle. Forming clouds in the sky already I told you. So then this is known as water cycle. So then let us discuss how many stages in water cycle. So according to the textbook, we are having only 3 stages, but actually water cycle is having there are 6 stages in water cycle. How many stages, children? There are 6 stages in water cycle. Means first one is evaporation. First one is evaporation. What is meant by evaporation? I already told you. Changing of water into the vapor is known as evaporation. I told you. So then again evaporation after transportation. So whatever rain is coming from the slope of the land, then automatically it will transport it to the inner surface of the soil, inner layers of the earth, and some of the water what we are getting from the sky, it will evaporate to the atmosphere again. Some of it will percolate into the soil, and some of the reaches in the lowland of the surface of the earth. That is nothing but a transportation. So whatever water is getting from the rain, it is transported into the lower levels of the surface of the earth, and at the same time reaching into the atmosphere and transferred into the inner parts of the soil and reaching into the atmosphere. All are transforming. Some is absorbed by the plants and all. So like that. Then that is called as transportation. So next, another one is condensation. What is called condensation? Condensation is nothing but water vapor changes into the water. Condensation. Water vapor changes into the water. That is called as condensation. Here one thing you need to observe, children. What is the difference between evaporation and Condensation. Evaporation means the liquid water, the water changing into the vapor, that is called as evaporation. So it is quite opposite. Evaporation. Condensation is quite opposite to the evaporation. The changing of water vapor into the water, that is known as condensation. For example, if you take cooling water bottle from the fridge, so keep outside, then what will happen? After 2 or 3 minutes, that total water they may condense outside of the bottle. A little drops will come, like laterally it will formed as a water outside also. Why? Because already it getting cold. Freezing point 100 degrees, 0 degrees, and boiling point 100 degrees Celsius. I already told you. So like that. So condensation, the water vapor change into the process water vapor changing into the water, that is called as condensation. Water, liquid water change into the water vapor, that is nothing but evaporation. So condensation is quite opposite to the evaporation. So like that, evaporation, transportation, and condensation, all these are the important stages of water cycle. Next, another important stage, like another one is precipitation. What is called precipitation, children? Precipitation. So the process where the water will in the form of dew, snow, or hail, or hailstorm, or fog, all these forms are known as precipitation. Precipitation. So what is called precipitation, children? The different forms of condensation. Different forms of condensation of water into the vapor is known as precipitation. Is in the form of dew, fog, snow, like that. Then stages of water cycle. So already we discussed the stages of water cycle. So then here, first one is evaporation. Already we discussed what is meant by evaporation. And second one is transportation. These are the another stage in water cycle. Next one is condensation. Condensation. So here the difference. Here in the evaporation process, the water will change from water change as a water vapor. Here in the condensation, water vapor change as a water. That is the difference between the evaporation and the condensation. Next, again, precipitation. So precipitation is nothing but different forms of condensation in the form of dew, snow, fog, and all. So where we can observe more and more fog or dew in the winter season, we observe more and more on the leaves or green grass or plants or trees. So for example, if we wake up early in the morning winter season, we may observe more number of fog or snow or hail, like that we will observe. And during the rainy season also sometimes we may get hailstorms. Hailstorms is nothing but in case we call as vadagallu. So like that we also will discuss. So like all these are forms are precipitation, children. So here in your textbook only evaporation, condensation, precipitation only they given, but these are the 6 stages. So evaporation, transportation, condensation, precipitation, and runoff. Runoff. Runoff means whatever water is available from the rain, so then they may flow on the surface of the earth. Sometimes it may absorb trees and plants, whatever there on the surface of the earth, and some of water is percolate into the inner layers of the earth. And again is groundwater. Again, groundwater. Groundwater, already I told you. Some of the rain, whatever we are getting water from the rains, some of it will flows into the surface of the earth, some of will evaporate into the atmosphere again, and some of the rainwater or water is go into the inner surface of the inner layers of the earth surface. Then it will go deeper and deeper part of the surface, inner parts of the earth, and accumulate as a groundwater. So then where the groundwater is available from the rain only. Whatever water we are getting from the rains, it will absorb and it will go into the deeper part of the inner face of the earth. Again we will use as a groundwater. Millions of years ago onwards, it was accumulated on the inner face, inner layers of the earth, interior part of the earth, children. So like this, these are the 6 stages of the water cycle, like evaporation, transportation, condensation, precipitation, runoff, and groundwater. But here in your textbook, only know about the evaporation, condensation, precipitation. So about this transportation and runoff and groundwater, that is there in the 9th class, children. But actually for clear cut information and understanding, I told you there are 6 stages of water cycle. So like evaporation, transportation, condensation, precipitation, runoff and groundwater. ETCPRT in a simple meaning you can recapitulate like children. So you can remember. So all these 60 stages of water cycle, and at the same time water vapor, water vapor. So many times I told you water vapor. So but what is vapor? Vapor. What is vapor? Water vapor. The story of rain begins with water vapor only. Actually, the story of rain begins with water vapor. Why? The total liquid water changed into the water vapor. Then it formed as a clouds. Again, it is forming in the form of clouds in the droplets of water. Again, it is coming to the surface of the land. So that's why the rain, the story of rain begins with water vapor. And again, the amount of water vapor, which is present in the atmosphere or which is present in the air is known as humidity. What is called humidity, children? The amount of water vapor present in the air is known as humidity. The amount of water vapor present in the air is known as humidity. What is meant by humidity? Humidity. The amount of water vapor present in the air is known as humidity. So like that, even the story of rain also begins with water vapor only. So all these we discussed in the previous episodes already. Next one, winds and clouds, children. Winds and clouds. So already I told you what is meant by wind, children. Wind. What is meant by wind? Wind is nothing but moving of air. Wind is nothing but moving of air, children. Wind is nothing but moving of air, or else the air moving horizontally. The air moving horizontally on the surface of the earth is known as wind. So wind is nothing but moving of air, or the air moving horizontally on the surface of the earth is nothing but wind. Already we discussed. So then, so why? What are the uses of winds? From the winds only we are getting rainfall in our country. From the winds only. Why? Because in rainy season, from which direction the winds will come? All these. So then obviously we came to learn there are 4 directions. So there are 4 directions. What are they? Like east, west, north and south. So there are 4 directions are there. Like already what we discussed, children. This is east direction. If we stand in front of the sun, what we are facing in front of the sun, that is east, and then another side is west. Towards your right, that is north, and towards your left, that is south. So like that, east, west, north and south already we discussed. So like that, in our country, from which winds we will get rainfall, and from which directions the wind will come into our country. That's we are going to discuss. Why? Because already we discussed 71% of the surface of the earth is covered with water. Then automatically more number of high amount of evaporation takes place on the oceans only. Then again that evaporation only changes the clouds, and again they formed as a rain into the rain onto the land. So then from which direction of winds we will get rainfall in our country? So already I told you, so through the southwest monsoon winds direction we will get rainfall in our country. So through the which direction of winds we will get rainfall, I told you, children. So here monsoon winds, again monsoon winds. monsoon winds in India. So then obviously this is north direction, children. This is east direction and west and south, children. So here, so what are the boundaries of India again? May divert topic. So then on the north, Himalayas are there. Himalayas on the northern direction, Himalayas are there. On the east, Bay of Bengal. And on the west, Arabian Sea. And on the south, Indian Ocean. On the south, Indian Ocean. Why I told you? Why? Because India is fully located in northern hemisphere. Already we discussed in class 6th. India is fully located in northern hemisphere. Why? Because India location started between 8 degrees northern latitude to 37 degrees 6 minutes northern latitude. So India fully entirely located in northern hemisphere. So why I told you? Why? Because the wind which is moving from which is moving horizontally on the surface of the earth is known as wind, I told you. So then the winds which are coming from the Indian Ocean, the winds which are coming from the Indian Ocean after crossing equator. After crossing equator, they may divide it into the two branches. They may divide into the two branches. One is Bay of Bengal branch and other one is Arabian Sea branch. Actually, these winds are known as monsoon winds. I told you already. So here, what is meant by monsoon? Here, monsoon is a Arabic word. Monsoon, the word monsoon is derived from the Arabic word mausam, children. The word monsoon is derived from the Arabic word monsoon, which means season. Why? Because the Arab traders and the sailors who traveled and who reached to the India all identified and they all examined the total wind direction of the India. In what way the winds are blowing on the Indian Ocean and in which direction they are moving. Why? Because the Indian climate is fully depending on monsoon winds. Why? Because see, definitely I told you after completion of summer season only we are getting monsoon season. For example, immediately after completion of summer only we are entered in rainy season now. We are in rainy season now. So like that. So then the word monsoon is derived from the Arabic word mausam. The word monsoon is derived from the Arabic word mausam, which means season, children. The word Arabic means mausam. Arabic word mausam. Mausam means season. So like that. So during monsoon season we get. So then the winds which what we are getting rainfall, those known as monsoon winds. Particularly from which monsoon winds we are getting rainfall in rainy season. Through the southwest monsoon winds we are getting rainfall in rainy season. So then here one thing, from which direction does the wind blow during the rainy season? From which direction does the winds blow during the rainy season? From the southwest direction, the winds blow during the rainy season. So that's why these monsoon winds are also known as southwest monsoon winds. Why it is called as southwest monsoon winds? The monsoon winds which are moving from the southwest direction. So that's why they are known as southwest monsoon winds. So that is, so then the word monsoon is derived from the mausam, Arabic word that means season. So the monsoon season we are getting rainfall into our country through the southwest direction. Why that southwest direction? Again, these winds may divide into the two branches I told you, like that Bay of Bengal branch and Arabian Sea branch. Means the winds which are coming from the Indian Ocean after crossing equator, they divide into the two branches. One is Bay of Bengal branch. Directly from the Bay of Bengal branch,
they may hit the Bengal coast here, Bengal, West Bengal area. Directly it will move. And again another branch, Arabian Sea branch, first entered into the Kerala by the month of June, mid-month of June, all over the India. It will spread the total winds because of the southwest monsoon winds. We will start rainy season in our country. And at the same time, the Ghats, the mountains which are located from the Rana of Kutch to the Gujarat and up to the south Kanyakumari, the Western Ghats is known as Western Ghats. The Ghats which are located Rana of Kutch, extended Western Ghats are located between the Gujarat, Rana of Kutch to the south Kanyakumari. And at the same time, the Ghats which are extended between the east Odisha, Utkal coast to the south Kanyakumari, these Ghats are known as Eastern Ghats. So then Eastern Ghats and Western Ghats. Here Western Ghats and Eastern Ghats, where it will meet, Eastern Ghats and Western Ghats meet at the southern place that is known as Nilagiri Hills, where the Eastern Ghats and Western Ghats will meet at the place of Nilagiri Hills only. The Western Ghats and Eastern Ghats will merge. So like that, here toward the which part of the country will winds clouds on the Bay of Bengal from the northeast? Which clouds? So Bay of Bengal branches will go to the northeastern part, and due to the southwest direction, it may reach first enter into the Kerala. Why I told you about the Western Ghats and Eastern Ghats? Why? Because here Western Ghats, it is also known as Sahyadris, children. It is also known as Sahyadris. So then the southwest direction of winds after entering into the Kerala, it may be obstacle. Why? Because Western Ghats. Then in our state particularly, the southwest monsoon winds entered into the Rayalaseema district of Karnoolu and Chitturu area. This one, Karnoolu and Chitturu area. Even though the southwest monsoon winds entered into the Karnoolu and Chitturu districts of Andhra Pradesh, but they may receive less rainfall due to the southwest monsoons. Why? What happened this? Here, because of the Western Ghats. Because of the Western Ghats, they may receive less rainfall. Why? Because this Western Ghats and Eastern Ghats are parallel to the Bay of Bengal branch. And at the same time, again I need to tell you here, while the rain-bearing winds which are coming from the surface of the earth, children, the rain-bearing winds which are coming from the moisture. So let me tell you another explanation. Why the Karnoolu and Chitturu is getting less rainfall, children? Let me tell you. Here, the moisture winds, this is earth surface. So then the moisture winds moving in their path, if any high elevation is observed, higher elevation or any obstacle or high mountain is there, then automatically the air moving horizontally on the surface of the earth is known as wind, children. So then due to the southwest monsoons, we are getting rainfall. But these winds moving in their path, if any higher elevation is they observe, then automatically these winds may rise. These winds may rise to cross the obstacle, but they can't hold the capacity. They cannot hold the capacity. Why? If the winds may rise, they become thin and thin. They can't hold the capacity. They grow in size already. I told you. Then automatically what will happen? In this side only, more rainfall will come. This is known as windward side, children. Windward side. And the other side only dry winds will move, only less rainfall will come. This is called leeward side, children. It is also known as leeward side. So then after crossing southwest monsoons, because of the Western Ghats, they are unable to cross the Western Ghats. Then automatically the leeward side, which is there in the Karnoolu and Chitturu, they are in rain shadow region, they may not get sufficient. Why? Because this is known as mountainous rainfall or orogenic rainfall or orographic rainfall, children. So then, when the moist winds moving along in their path, if any obstacle higher elevation is there, they may rise. Winds may rise, but they can't hold the capacity to cross the higher elevation. Then this side only, windward side only, more amount of rainfall will come. The other side, leeward side, less rainfall. So then automatically this area is known as rain shadow region. I already told you, children. So then what is meant by rain shadow region? I already told you. The area which is not getting sufficient rainfall, that is rain shadow region. I told you. So then leeward side is there in Kurnool and Chittoor. So that's why even the mountains are entered into the winds are entered into the Kurnool and Chittoor in our Andhra Pradesh, but they may receive less rainfall because of the Western Ghats. Children, I think he clearly understood about why we are not getting sufficient rainfall in the southwest monsoons, particularly in the Rayalaseema area, children. So this is about the southwest monsoon winds, children. So next, so this is also known as mountainous rainfall or orographic rainfall or orogenic rainfall. So like from which winds we are getting more amount of rainfall, children? Due to the southwest monsoon winds, we are getting rainfall. Then the word monsoon is derived from the Arabic word monsoon, children. That means season. I already told you. So again, in the month of November or October, November, December, there is weather transmission will happen, children. Why? Because every time the wind move from high pressure area to low pressure area, I already told you. So then every time the wind move from high pressure area to low pressure area. So then in the month of June or at the time high pressure formed in the oceans and low pressure formed in the land, high pressure area to low pressure area. So then in the month of October, November, December, we will observe clear sky and weather become oppressive. Weather become oppressive means temperature will increase and at the same time we will feel sultry also. So then daytime temperature is more, at the same time clears in the sky more and more. We feel uncomfortable, then automatically every time high pressure area to low pressure area, I told you know, this high pressure formed in the land area and low pressure formed in the which one? And the oceans. That one tomorrow again we are going to discuss remaining topic, children. Here you need to revise all the question and answers. Today topic I want to give you some small assignment. Write the stages of water cycle. Particularly, you need to define the terms like evaporation, condensation, precipitation. Define the terms condensation, precipitation, and evaporation. Remaining lesson we will continue tomorrow, children. First of all, I need to give you a small home task. Why? Because tomorrow only we are having Google Classmate. Why? Because in the Google Classmate, total basing on this question, whatever topics we learned, so we are going to post an assignment to you. So then, if you read thoroughly textbook properly, children. So then, today I want to give you home task. Define the terms. Define the terms. Evaporation. Condensation. Humidity. And precipitation, children. So all these points you need to discuss tomorrow, children. We are going to post an assignment also. So please make a note of it. All the best, children. Thank you.
అందరికీ శుభ మధ్యాహ్నం. గత తరగతిలో శనివారం రోజున మనం నేర్చుకున్న విషయాలు అందరికీ అర్థమైనాయని అనుకుంటున్నాను. మరి ఈరోజు ఈ యొక్క తరగతి విషయానికి వస్తే, మొట్టమొదటిగా గత శనివారం మనం నేర్చుకున్నటువంటి రాయపూడి సుబ్బారావు గారి యొక్క కవి పరిచయాన్ని చూసాం. అలాగే పుస్తక పరిచయంలో కార్యక్రమంగా దానిలో ఏ అభ్యాసాలు ఉన్నాయో జాగ్రత్తగా పరిశీలించాం. అన్ని విషయాల్లో ఉన్నటువంటి అందులో ఉన్న అభ్యాసాలన్నీ, పుస్తకంలో ఉన్న అభ్యాసాలన్నీ సవివరంగా చర్చించుకున్నాం. అయితే ఈరోజు మనం నేర్చుకునే విషయాలు ఏమంటే, పాఠ్యాంశాన్ని ముందుకు తీసుకెళ్తూ ఈరోజు గత కాలాంశ పునశ్చరణలో భాగంగా మొదట కవి పరిచయాన్ని ఒకసారి గుర్తు చేసుకుందాం. ఎవరండి? మనకి శ్రీలు పొంగిన జీవజడ్డ, శ్రీలు పొంగిన జీవజడ్డ అనే పాఠ్యాంశాన్ని రచించింది శ్రీ రాయప్రోలు సుబ్బారావు గారు. ఈయన కోసం చాలా గొప్ప విషయాలు నేర్చుకున్నాం కిందటి తరగతిలో. ఏ విషయాలు అవి? ఈయన దేశభక్తి సంబంధించిన జన్మభూమి అనే గేయాన్ని రచించాడని, ఏ దేశం ఏగినా ఎందుకు ఆలిడినా అనే విషయాన్ని మనము నేర్చుకున్నాం. రాయప్రోలు సుబ్బారావు గారు మన యొక్క పుస్తకంలో ఉన్నటువంటి చిత్రము చాలా చిన్నది. ఒకసారి చూడండి అందరూ. ఈయన రాయప్రోలు సుబ్బారావు గారు కనిపిస్తుందండి. సరే, ఈ రాయప్రోలు సుబ్బారావు గారు ఏ దేశం ఏగినా ఎందుకు ఆలిడినా, ఏ పీఠమెక్కినా ఎవ్వరెదురైనా, పొగడరా నీ తల్లి భూమి భారతిని, నిలుపరా నీ జాతి నిండు గౌరవము అనేటువంటి ఒక గొప్ప జన్మభూమి గేయాన్ని రచించడం జరిగింది. దానికోసం వివరించుకున్నాం. మన జన్మభూమి, మన భారతమాత ఎంత గొప్పదో కూడా చర్చించుకున్నాం. రాయప్రోలు సుబ్బారావు గారు ఈ యొక్క శ్రీలు పొందిన పాఠ్యాంశాన్ని రచించడం జరిగింది. మీ అందరినీ కూడా ఈ యొక్క కవి పరిచయాన్ని అభ్యసించమని చెప్పాను. అభ్యసించాలి. మనకుండే 1 మార్కు లేదా 1/2 మార్కు ప్రశ్నల్లో ఎక్కువ అడిగే ప్రశ్నలు ఏంటయ్యా అంటే, ముఖ్యంగా అడిగేవి ఈ యొక్క కవి పరిచయానికి సంబంధించినవి, అలాగే దాని తరువాత వచ్చే ప్రక్రియ, దాని తరువాత వచ్చేటువంటి నేపథ్యానికి సంబంధించి ఉద్దేశము, ఇవి మనకున్నటువంటి 1 మార్కు లేదా 1/2 మార్కు ప్రశ్నలు. అవును కదా? మరి అందుకనే ఈ కవి పరిచయాన్ని అభ్యసించాలి, బాగా చదవాలి, ప్రాక్టీస్ చేయాలి, కాలాలు అవి మనకు రావాలి. రైట్. ఈ రాయప్రోలు సుబ్బారావు కాలం వచ్చి 1892, 1984 అని చెప్పుకున్నాం. ఈయన పుట్టింది జార్లపాడు అనే గ్రామం అని చెప్పుకున్నాం. ఎక్కడుంది జార్లపాడు? గుంటూరు జిల్లా బాపట్ల తాలూకు దగ్గర ఉన్నటువంటి ఈ యొక్క జార్లపాడులో ఆయన జన్మించడం జరిగింది. ఈ విషయాన్ని కూడా మనం చెప్పుకున్నాం. ఇంకేం చెప్పుకున్నాం? ఈ విషయానికి వస్తే రచనలు చెప్పుకున్నాం. ఎన్ని రకాల రచనలు చెప్పుకున్నాం? 3 రకాల రచనలు చేశారని చెప్పుకున్నాం. అందులో ఒకటి భావ కవిత్వాలు, 2 ఖండ కావ్యాలు, 3 పద్య లక్షణ గ్రంథాలు. ఈ 3 రకాలైనటువంటి ఈయన రచనలు చేశాడు రాయప్రోలు సుబ్బారావు గారు. అందులో ఖండ కావ్యాలు మొదట తృణకంకణం, కష్టకమల, స్నేహలత అనేటువంటివి చూసాం. ఈ తృణకంకణం అంటే ఏంటో త్వరగా వివరించుకున్నాం. కష్టకమల, స్నేహలత ఇవి భావ కవిత్వాలు. తర్వాత వచ్చేవి ఖండ కావ్యాలు, ఆంధ్రావని, జడకుచ్చులు, తర్వాత వనమాల. ఇవేంటయ్యా అంటే ఖండ కావ్యాలు. ఇవి కవిత్వాలే, ఖండ కావ్యాలు. పెద్ద గ్రంథంలో కావ్యాలను చిన్న చిన్న పాదాలుగా విడదీసి ఈయన కవిత్వాలు రాశాడు. చిన్న చిన్న పదాలతో కూడినటువంటి కవిత్వాలు రాయడం జరిగింది. ఇంకా 3వది ఏంటవి? రమ్యాలోకము మరియు మాధురి దర్శనం అనేటువంటి పూర్తిగా ఛందస్సుతో కూడినటువంటి పద్య లక్షణ గ్రంథాలు ఈ మూడు, ఈ రెండు కూడా రమ్యలోకము మరియు మాధురి దర్శనం, ఇవి పద్య లక్షణ గ్రంథాలు. ఇవి కేవలం ఈ రెండు కూడా భావ కవిత్వాలు, అలాగే ఈ యొక్క ఖండకావ్యాలు కూడా కేవలము ఇవి ఛందస్సు లేకుండా మాత్రా ఛందస్సు ద్వారా కవిత్వాలలో రాయడం జరిగింది. అయితే ఇది చూస్తే కనుక పద్య లక్షణ గ్రంథాలు ఛందోబద్ధమైన అంటే ఛందస్సుతో ఉన్నటువంటి మీ యొక్క 7వ తరగతి పాఠ్యపుస్తకంలో ఈ సంవత్సరం ఛందస్సును కూడా పరిచయం చేయడం జరిగింది. అది కూడా త్వరలో నేర్చుకుందాం. సరే, ఇవి ఖండకావ్యాలు, రైట్. ఈ మూడు కూడా చాలా ముఖ్యమైనటువంటి విషయాల కింద మనం గత కాలాంశం గత తరగతిలో నేర్చుకున్నటువంటి విషయము రాయప్రోలు సుబ్బారావు గారు నేర్చుకున్నాం. ఆయన రచించినటువంటి జన్మభూమి గేయాన్ని ప్రత్యేకించి పాడుకున్నాం. అలాగే ఆయన దేశానికి చేసిన సేవల గురించి కూడా చెప్పుకున్నాం. రాయప్రోలు సుబ్బారావు గారు పుట్టింది 1892లో, ఈయన జన్మించడం జరిగింది, చనిపోయింది 1984లో. ఈయన పుట్టింది జార్లపాడు గ్రామం, గుంటూరు జిల్లా, బాపట్ల తాలూకా. అది కింద తరగతిలో మీరు కూడా నోట్ చేసుకున్నారు కదా. అయితే ఈయన రచనలు భావ కవిత్వాలు, తృణకంకణం, కష్టకమల, స్నేహలత, అలాగే ఖండకావ్యాలు వచ్చేసి ఆంధ్రావణి, జడకుచ్చులు, వనమాల, అలాగే పద్య లక్షణ గ్రంథాలు రమ్యాలోకము మరియు మాధురి దర్శనం. ఇవి ఈయన గురించి మనం చెప్పుకున్నాం. ఇంకా మనం నేర్చుకోవాల్సింది ఏముందయ్యా అంటే, ఈరోజు ఈ కవి గురించి మనం ఆల్రెడీ చెప్పుకున్నాం. దీన్ని మళ్ళీ ఒకసారి గుర్తు చేశాను మీకు. కవి పరిచయం వెరీ వెరీ ఇంపార్టెంట్. చాలా చాలా ముఖ్యమైన అంశాలు కవి పరిచయాలు. 7వ తరగతిలో ఉండే కవి పరిచయం కేవలం 5 కవి పరిచయాలు ఉంటాయి. ఈ 5 కవి పరిచయాలని 5 కవులను కూడా మనకి జాగ్రత్తగా కాలాలు, రచనలు, బిరుదులు, పేరు ఇవి మనం జాగ్రత్తగా కనుక అభ్యసించగలిగితే, చదువుకోగలిగితే చూడకుండా వచ్చేయాలి. మనకి నిద్రలో లేపి పైకి లేసి చెప్పంటే చెప్పేసి అలా ఉండాలి. కవి పరిచయాలు చాలా ముఖ్యమైన అంశాలు కింద చెప్పుకుంటాం. ఇంక ఇందులో వచ్చింది ఉద్దేశం. ఏ ఉద్దేశం? పాఠ్యానికి సంబంధించిన ఉద్దేశం. ఉద్దేశము, నేపథ్యము అన్న ఇదే. స్త్రీలు పొంగిన జీవజడ్డ ఉద్దేశం. ఎందుకు రాశారయ్యా స్త్రీలు పొంగిన జీవజడ్డ పాఠ్యాంశాన్ని? రాయప్రోలు సుబ్బారావు రాయడానికి గల కారణం ఏంటి? భారతదేశ గొప్పతనం వివరిస్తున్నాం. భారతదేశంలో స్త్రీలు అనే మాటను వివరించాను. ఆ స్త్రీలు అనే మాటలు ఎన్ని స్త్రీలు వచ్చినాయి మనకి? దాదాపు 15 సంపదలు చెప్పుకోగలిగాం. 15 కాదు, అలా ఆలోచిస్తూ వెళ్ళిపోతే కొన్ని వందల సంపదలు మనం చెప్పుకోవచ్చు. మతాలు, మన భారతదేశంలో ఉన్న మతాలు ఎక్కడా లేవు. భిన్నత్వంలో ఏకత్వంతో కూడిన దేశం మనది. భిన్నత్వంలో ఏకత్వం అంటే అన్ని మతాల వాళ్ళు కలిసి ఒకే మతంగా, పరమమతంగా భావించి భారత మాత, నాది భారతీయులం అనేటువంటి జాతీయత భావాన్ని గుండెల్లో నింపుకుని ఒకే మతంతో ఉన్నట్టు అందరూ కలిసిమెలిసి సోదరులాగా భిన్నత్వంలో ఏకత్వం, సోదరి తత్వాన్ని అలమర్చుకుని సోదర భావంతో సోదరి సోదరుల మిలుగుతూ భారతదేశంలో నివసిస్తున్నారంటే గొప్పది. అది కేవలం మన భారతదేశం యొక్క గొప్పతనం మాత్రమే. ఇంకేమున్నాయి? అనేక రకాలైనటువంటి అడవులు ఉన్నాయి అని చెప్పాను. చాలా రకాల అడవులు. ఏంటి అడవులు? ఈ అడవుల వల్ల మనకి భారతదేశానికి వర్షపాతం కురుస్తుంది. వర్షపాతం వల్ల ఏంటంట, మన భారతదేశంలో వర్షపాతం వల్ల వివిధ రకాల పంటలు పండుతున్నాయి, ధాన్యాలు పండుతున్నాయి. అలాగే తాగునీరు, సాగునీరు అంటే వ్యవసాయం సంబంధించినటువంటి నీరు లభిస్తుంది అడవుల వల్ల. అడవి అంటే వర్షం కురవడానికి అడవులు అవసరం, మరి పచ్చదనం. అదే అడవులు నరికేస్తే ఆ ఏరియా అంతా ఏమవుతుంది? డిఫారెస్టేషన్. మీరు చదువుకునే ఉంటారు కదా. ఈ డిఫారెస్టేషన్ వల్ల ఏమవుతుంది? అడవులు నరికేయడం వల్ల ఆ ప్రాంతంలో వర్షాలు కురవక కరువులతోనూ కటాక్షంతోనూ కరువులు వచ్చేసి కరువు కాటకాల వల్ల ప్రజలందరూ ఆకలి తలమరించే పరిస్థితులు ఈ రోజున చాలా ప్రదేశాల్లో చూస్తున్నాం, చాలా దేశాల్లో చూస్తూ ఉన్నాం. మరి అటువంటి పరిస్థితి మనకు లేదు. కరువుతో ఎవరు చనిపోవట్లేదు మన దేశంలో. వివిధ దేశాల్లో ఉన్నటువంటి వాళ్ళు. కారణం ఏంటయ్యా అంటే, మన దేశంలో నదులు ఉన్నాయి, అలాగే అడవులు ఉన్నాయి, అలాగే రకరకాల జంతువులు ఉన్నాయి, పక్షులు ఉన్నాయి, ఇంకా బంగారం, వజ్రాలు, వైడూర్యాలు ఉన్నాయి, అనేక రకాల మతాల వాళ్ళు ఉన్నారు. మన దేశాన్ని సుభిక్షంగా పాలించిన రాజులు ఎంతో మంది ఉన్నారు. మన దేశాన్ని సుభిక్షంగా పాలించిన రాజులు ఉన్నారు చాలా మంది. వీళ్ళందరూ ఎవరు? మన దేశాన్ని అభివృద్ధి పథంలో నడిపినటువంటి గొప్ప త్యాగతనులుగా మనం చూసుకోవచ్చు. సరేనా? ఇంకా పాఠ్యాంశంలో కనుక వెళ్ళగలిగితే తర్వాత చెప్పబోయేది ఉద్దేశం. ఆల్రెడీ ఇప్పుడు చెప్పాను నేను కొన్ని మాటలు. సొంతంగా నేర్చుకోవాలి ఏదైనా సరే, ఏది కూడా బై హార్ట్ చేయొద్దు. అక్కడ ఉన్నదాన్ని టెక్స్ట్ బుక్లో ఉన్నదాన్ని చూసి చూసి చదివేసి 10-20 సార్లు రాసేసుకుంటే మనకి ఏమాత్రం కూడా జ్ఞానం అనేది రాదు. మనకు కావాల్సిన జ్ఞానం ఏంటండి? సమాజం పట్ల జ్ఞానం కలిగి ఉండాలి. మన చుట్టుపక్కల ప్రదేశాల్లో ఏం జరుగుతుందో తెలుసుకోవాలి. దాన్ని అన్వయించుకుని మనం ఎలా మసులుకోవాలో తెలుసుకోవాలి. కనుక పాఠ్యాంశం మనకు ముఖ్యమే కాదనట్లేదు. పాఠ్యాంశంతో పాటు ఇతర విషయాలు కూడా మనము నేర్చుకోవాల్సిన అవసరం చాలా ఉన్నది. ఉద్దేశం ఏంటి? ఇప్పుడు చెప్పాను నేను, మన భారతదేశంలో చాలా సంపదలు ఉన్నాయి, చాలా మతాలు ఉన్నాయి, చాలా అడవులు ఉన్నాయని. ఇదే నేపథ్యం. నేను చెప్పిన ఏదైతే లెసన్ పాఠం ఇప్పుడు చెప్పానో భారతదేశ గొప్పతనంలో ఇదే నేపథ్యం, ఇదే ఉద్దేశం. ఎలా చెప్తున్నారు? భిన్నత్వంలో ఏకత్వం కలిగిన సమైక్య దేశం మన భారతదేశం. అలాగే సంస్కృతి సాంప్రదాయాలకు నిలయం మన భారతదేశం. సంస్కృతి చెప్పాను నేను కింద తరగతిలో. మన సంస్కృతి సాంప్రదాయాలు ఇతర దేశాల వాళ్ళు నేర్చుకుని వాళ్ళు దాన్ని అవలంబిస్తున్నారు. ఇప్పుడు దేనికి? ఈ కరోనా దెబ్బకి. అవునా? కాదు, ఇంతకు ముందు నుంచి కూడా కరోనా వచ్చింది కాబట్టి ఇప్పుడు అందరూ దండమే, ముద్దు, షేక్ హ్యాండ్ వద్దు అనుకుంటున్నారు. ఈ యొక్క నమస్కారం పెట్టడం, వందనం చేయడం ఎక్కడి నుంచి వచ్చింది? మన దేశంలో పుట్టిందే కదా. అదే మన సంస్కృతి సాంప్రదాయం, అది మన సాంప్రదాయాలు, మన వంటకాలు, మన కట్టుబాట్లు, ఇవన్నీ కూడా ఇతర దేశాలు ఏంటంటే సర్వ సంపదలకు నిలయమైన మన భారతదేశంలో సంస్కృతి సాంప్రదాయాలు చాలా చాలా ముఖ్యమైనవి. దాని తర్వాత ఇంకేంటి? పాడి పంటలు గల ఏకైక దేశం మన భారతదేశం. మన భారతదేశం ఉన్నాయి, పాడి పంటలు ఉన్నాయి, చాలా పంటలు. పాడి పంటలు రకరకాల పంటలు మన దేశం పండిస్తుంది. ఇవన్నీ కూడా విదేశాలకు ఎగుమతి చేస్తుంది మన భారతదేశం. ఏకైక దేశం, ఎక్కువగా ఎగుమతులు దిగుమతులు జరుపుకునే దేశంగా మన దేశానికి పేరు. అలాగే ఇంకా ఎందరో మహనీయులు పుట్టినటువంటి భూమి మన భారతదేశం. ఎందరో చెప్పుకున్నాం, కవులు, రాజులు, స్వతంత్ర సమరయోధులు, దేశం కోసం ప్రాణాలర్పించిన వీరులు ఎంతో మంది ఎంతో మంది ఎంతో మంది ఉన్నారు. వాళ్ళందరూ పుట్టినటువంటి మన యొక్క దేశం చాలా గొప్పది. అటువంటి దేశ గొప్పదనాన్ని దశ దిశలా చాటడమే మన కర్తవ్యం. దశ దిశలా అంటే ప్రపంచమంతా వినిపించేలా చాటడం ఒక భారతీయుడిగా మన కర్తవ్యం అని చెప్పడానికి ఈ నేపథ్యం. నేపథ్యం ఏంటి మరోసారి చెప్పుకుందామా? భిన్నత్వంలో ఏకత్వం కలిగిన దేశం, పాడి పంటలకు అనువైన నిలయం, ఎందరో మహనీయులు పుట్టినటువంటి భూమి, సంస్కృతి సాంప్రదాయాలు ఇక్కడే వెలసినవి. అటువంటి భారతదేశ గొప్పతనాన్ని దశ దిశలా చాటడము మన కర్తవ్యం. ఇది ఈ పాఠ్యాంశం యొక్క నేపథ్యం. చూడండి, మన యొక్క టెక్స్ట్ బుక్ లో ఉంటుంది, పేజ్ నెంబర్ 1లో ఉద్దేశం అని చెప్పేసి ఉంటుంది. అని జాగ్రత్తగా చూసుకోగలిగితే భిన్నత్వంలో ఏకత్వం కలిగిన దేశం, అలాగే సమైక్య భారతదేశం, పాడి పంటలకు నిలయం, ఎందరో మహనీయులు పుట్టినటువంటి దేశం, ఇంకేమున్నాయి? ఇటువంటి దేశము నా దేశము అని సొంత మాటల్లో ఏం చేయాలి? రాయగలగాలి. సొంత మాటల్లో రాయగలిగితే నీకు మార్కులు రావడానికి అవకాశం ఉంటుంది. చూసింది బై హార్ట్ చేసిన నీకు ఏమీ పెద్దగా ఎక్కువ శాతం గుర్తుండదు. విన్నది, జాగ్రత్తగా అభ్యసించింది, సొంతంగా రాసింది ఎక్కువ మనకి అవగాహనకు వస్తుంది. తరువాత ప్రక్రియ. ప్రక్రియ ఏంటయ్యా అంటే గేయ ప్రక్రియ. ఇది గేయ ప్రక్రియ. గేయము అంటే ఏమిటి? ప్రక్రియలు చాలా చూస్తుంటాం. 6వ తరగతిలో చూసాం. చాలా పాఠ్యాంశాల్లో కొన్ని ప్రక్రియలు రాయమన్నారు. మన 1 మార్కు ప్రశ్నలో లేదా 1/2 మార్కు ప్రశ్నలో ఈ యొక్క జారిన గుండె పాఠ్యాంశం కవి ఎవరు, ప్రక్రియ ఏమిటి అని అడిగారు. ప్రక్రియ ఎలా తెలుస్తుంది? పాఠ్యాంశం మొత్తం తిప్పినా ఎక్కడ ప్రక్రియలు కనిపించలేదు. మరి ఎక్కడ ఉన్నాయి ప్రక్రియలు? ఎప్పుడైనా మీ ఉపాధ్యాయులను అడిగారా? ఎప్పుడైనా మా టీచర్స్ని అడిగారా ప్రక్రియలు ఎక్కడ ఉన్నాయని? ఇది ఇంపార్టెంట్. ప్రక్రియ ఎక్కడ ఉంటుందంటే విషయ సూచిక. మన యొక్క టెక్స్ట్ బుక్ లో విషయ సూచిక ఉంటుంది చూడండి. మొట్టమొదటగా తీస్తే విషయ సూచిక కనిపించిందా? రైట్. ఈ విషయ సూచికలో ఉండేటువంటిది మొదట పాఠం పేరుంది, తరువాత ప్రక్రియ ఉంది చూడండి. ఇవి ప్రక్రియలు, ఇవి చదవాలి, జాగ్రత్తగా చదవాలి. ఈ పాఠం ఏంటి? ప్రక్రియ గేయం అన్నది చూడండి అక్కడ, గేయ ప్రక్రియ. 6వ తరగతిలో మొదటి పాఠ్యాంశం కూడా గేయ ప్రక్రియ. జారిన గుండె ఏ ప్రక్రియ? లేఖా ప్రక్రియ. అవునా? ఒక ముసలి తాతకి ఒక ముసలి తాత తన కొడుకు కోసం బాధపడుతూ లేఖ రాశాడు. అవునా? ఇది గేయ ప్రక్రియ. గేయము అంటే పాడుకోవడానికి అనువైనది. పాడుకోవడం. గేయం అంటే పాడుకోవడానికి అనువైనది. పాటలా పాడమంటున్నారు. గేయ ప్రక్రియ అది. చాలా ప్రక్రియలు ఉన్నాయి. పద్య ప్రక్రియ, పద్యాలు పాడతారు. కథా ప్రక్రియ, ఒక కథలాగా ఉంటుంది, ఒక స్టోరీ అల్లినట్టు ఉంటుంది. వ్యాస ప్రక్రియ, ఏదైనా ఒక విశేషాన్ని కానీ లేదా ఒక సందర్భాన్ని కానీ ఒక ప్రదేశాన్ని కానీ వివరిస్తూ రాసేది వ్యాస ప్రక్రియ. గజల్ ప్రక్రియ, 4-5 లైన్లతో ఉన్నటువంటి గజల్స్ ఉంటాయి, అవి మనం 8వ తరగతిలో చూడొచ్చు. అలాగే ఇంకేముంది? లేఖా ప్రక్రియ, లేఖల్లాగా ఉండే ప్రక్రియలు. ఒక కొన్ని పాఠ్యాంశాలు లేఖల రూపంలో ఇస్తుంటారు. మేము సైతం ఎట్లా 6వ తరగతిలో మేము సైతం లేఖ ప్రక్రియ. తర్వాత నుండి ద్విపద ప్రక్రియలు, కొన్ని పద్యాలు ఛందస్సులో ఉండేటువంటి ద్విపదలు ఉంటాయి, ఇవి ద్విపద ప్రక్రియలు. కథానిక ప్రక్రియ, కథలను తీసుకుని వాటిని కథానిక ద్వారా అందిస్తూ ఉంటారు. బుర్రకథ ప్రక్రియ మనకు కూడా 7వ తరగతిలో వస్తుంది. బుర్రకథ, హరికథ, ఇవన్నీ ప్రక్రియలు. సంకీర్తనలు, ఇవన్నీ కూడా ఏంటి? ప్రక్రియలు. కొన్ని పాఠ్యాంశాలు కొన్ని ప్రక్రియలు ఉంటూ ఉంటాయి. మనది గేయ ప్రక్రియ. పాడుకోవడానికి వీలుగా ఉండేది గేయ ప్రక్రియ. ఎలా పాడుకుంటారయ్యా? మన ఇష్టం. గేయం అంటే దానికి ఒక విధమైనటువంటి లయబద్ధముగా పాడాలి. సొంతంగా ఎవరి రాగంతో వాళ్ళు పాడుకోవచ్చు. దీనికి ఎటువంటి ఛందస్సు ఉండదు. ఒక మాత్రా ఛందస్సు మాత్రమే ఉంటుంది. మాత్రా ఛందస్సు అంటే మీరు ఆల్రెడీ భాష జ్ఞానం నేర్చుకునేటప్పుడు అక్షరమాలు నేర్చుకున్నారు కదా. ఇందులో అచ్చులు, హ్రస్వాలు, దీర్ఘాలు అన్నాం. హ్రస్వాలు ఒక మాత్ర కాలంలో పలికేవని చెప్పారు. దీర్ఘాలు 2 మాత్ర కాలంలో పలికేవి. ఒక మాత్ర అంటే ఒక సెకండ్, రెప్పపాటు కాలం 1 సెకండ్ కన్నా తక్కువ, అంటే 3/4 వంతు కాలం. 1 సెకండ్లో 3/4 వంతు కాలంలో అనేది ఒక మాత్ర. అలాగే అక్షరాలు చెప్పే హ్రస్వాలు అవి. దీర్ఘాలు 2 మాత్ర కాలం అని చెప్పారు, 2 సెకండ్లు, అంటే 1/3/4, 3/4 వంతు అనమాట. 2 సెకండ్లు అంటే కన్ను రెప్పలు మూసి తెరిచే లోపల 1 సెకండ్. 2 సెకండ్లు అంటే కొంచెం సెకండ్ అయిన తర్వాత 3/4 వంతులో ఈ యొక్క 2 మాత్రల కాలం అంటాం. మాత్రలు అంటే హ్రస్వాక్షరాలు, దీర్ఘాక్షరాలు, ద్విత్వాక్షరాలు, సంయుక్తాక్షరాలతో ఛందస్సు లేకుండా, ఛందస్సు నియమాలు చాలా ఉంటాయి, ఈ తర్వాత మనం వివరంగా చెప్పుకుందాం. ఈ ఛందస్సు అనేది లేకుండా మాత్రా ఛందస్సు ద్వారా మాత్రమే పాడుకోవడానికి వీలుగా, అనువుగా ఉండేది ఈ యొక్క గేయ ప్రక్రియ. చెప్పండి, ప్రక్రియ అంటే ఏం చెప్తాం? ప్రక్రియ ఏంటి? గేయ ప్రక్రియ. గేయ ప్రక్రియ అంటే పాడుకోవడానికి వీలైనది, మాత్రా ఛందస్సులో మాత్రమే ఉండేది, అది గేయ ప్రక్రియ. ఒక పాటలాగా మనం పాడం కదా, ఏ దేశమేగినా ఎందు కాలిడినా ఏ పీఠమెక్కినా ఎవరెదురైనా పొగడరాని తల్లి భూమి భారతిని నిలుపరాని జాతి నిండు గౌరవము. ఇది గేయ ప్రక్రియ. రాయప్రస ఇది కూడా గేయ ప్రక్రియ. ఆయన రాసినటువంటి గేయం జన్మభూమి గేయం. ఇది గేయ ప్రక్రియ. మనం నేర్చుకున్నాం కదా. ఇప్పుడు ఏంటి? ప్రక్రియ నేర్చుకున్నాం, ఉద్దేశం నేర్చుకున్నాం, విపరీత నేర్చుకున్నాం, స్త్రీలు అంటే ఏంటో సంపదలు కూడా నేర్చుకున్నాం. మరి వెళ్ళిపోదామా? పాఠ్యాంశాలకు వెళ్ళిపోదామా? నేర్చుకుందాం పాఠ్యాంశాన్ని. పాఠ్యాంశంలో చాలా చాలా ముఖ్య విషయాలు ఉంటాయి. మామూలుగా ఈ పాఠ్యంలో ప్రతి అంశాన్ని సవివరంగా విస్థాపన చేసుకుంటూ, వివరించుకుంటూ, జాగ్రత్తగా అభ్యసించగలిగితే, చదవగలిగితే ఇందులో ఉన్నటువంటి జ్ఞానం మొత్తం అనంతమైన జ్ఞానం లభిస్తుంది. ఇందులో ప్రతి విషయాన్ని, ప్రతి పదాన్ని జాగ్రత్తగా అన్వయించుకుని, జాగ్రత్తగా అవగాహన చేసుకుని, అర్థాలు చూసుకుని, దానికి ఉన్నటువంటి భావాలు చూసుకోగలిగితే కనుక సమస్త జ్ఞానము చాలా వరకు ఈ యొక్క చరిత్ర అంతా కూడా ఈ యొక్క శ్రీలిపుంజన జీవజడ పాఠ్యాంశంలో మనకు లభిస్తుంది. శ్రీలిపుంజన జీవజడ పాఠ్యం చాలా 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 ముఖ్యం. ఎవరికి? 7వ తరగతి వాళ్ళకి చాలా ముఖ్యం. ప్రతి పరీక్షలోనూ సమిటి ఎగ్జామ్స్, సంగ్రహణాత్మక మూల్యాంకనం, ఇందులో ప్రతి పరీక్షలో ఈ యొక్క పాఠ్యాంశం నుంచి కొన్ని ప్రశ్నలు, వ్యాకరణానికి సంబంధించిన పదాలు, అలాగే ఇందులో ఉన్నటువంటి సారాంశాలు వస్తూ ఉంటాయి. మనకు ఉన్నటువంటి సిలబస్ ప్రకారం నిర్మాణాత్మక మూల్యాంకనం ఫార్మటివ్స్ లో కూడా ఫార్మట్ ఎగ్జామ్స్ లో కూడా ఈ లెసన్ చాలా ఇంపార్టెంట్ ఇవ్వడం జరిగింది. కొన్ని పాఠ్యాంశాలు ఉన్నాయి, అవి చాలా చాలా ఇంపార్టెంట్. నేను చెప్తాను అవి ఏంటో కూడా ముందు ముందు మీకు తెలియజేస్తాను. సందర్భానుసారాన్ని బట్టి నేను ఆ పాఠ్యాంశాలు ఏంటో కూడా మీకు చాలా జాగ్రత్తగా వివరిస్తాను. రైట్, ఇంకా పాఠ్యాంశాలకు వెళ్తే కనుక పాఠ్యాంశంలో మొట్టమొదటి ధ్యేయం ఏంటండి? మొట్టమొదటి ధ్యేయం ఈ టెక్స్ట్ బుక్లు అలా చాలా మంది తీసుకున్నారని అనుకున్నాను. తీసుకోలేని వాళ్ళు దయచేసి పుస్తకాలు తీసుకోండి. ఎందుకంటే సిలబస్ మొదలుపెట్టిన తర్వాత పుస్తకాలు లేకపోతే అది చెప్పుకోవడానికి అంత క్రమబద్ధంగా ఉండదు. ఏదో నేను బోర్డు మీద రాస్తే మీరు హడావుల్లో నోట్ చేసేసుకుంటారు తప్ప మీరు ఏమి వినరు, అది నాకు తెలుసు. ఏం బోర్డు మీద రాస్తాను నేను, మిమ్మల్ని రాసుకోమంటాను, రాసుకునే పనిలో ఉంటారు తప్ప వినే పనిలో ఉండరు. ఎవరైనా టీచర్ వర్క్ చేస్తే ముందు ఎవరు ముందు రాసేసామని చెప్పేసి నేను రాసేస్తాను, మేడం నేను ముందు రాసి ఇది దీనికి ప్రయత్నం చేసేస్తారు తప్ప చెప్పే మాట వినడానికి మాత్రం ఎవరో ప్రయత్నం చేయరు. అవునా కదా? అది తరగతి గదిలో నిత్యం జరిగేది. ప్రక్రియ తెలుసుకున్నారు కదా? ప్రక్రియ ఏమిటి? గేయ ప్రక్రియ, పాడుకోవడానికి వీలుగా ఉండేది. రైట్. ఉద్దేశము భిన్నత్వంలో ఏకత్వం కలిగిన దేశం, సర్వ పాడి పంటలతో నిలమైన మన దేశం, ఎందరో మహనీయులకు పుట్టినిల్లు. అటువంటి భారతదేశ గొప్పతనాన్ని దశ దిశలా చాటడం మన కర్తవ్యం. అది ఈ యొక్క పాఠ్యాంశం యొక్క ఉద్దేశం. ఇంకా పాఠ్యాంశంలోకి వెళ్తే కనుక ఏం చెప్తారు? మొదటి ధ్యేయం చూద్దాం. మొదటి ధ్యేయం ఏంటి? శ్రీలు పొంగిన జీవగడ్డై పాలు పారిన భాగ్యసీమై వరలినది భరత ఖండము భక్తి పాడర తమ్ముడా. నా పాట వెనకాల జాగ్రత్తగా పాడండి. శ్రీలు పొంగిన జీవగడ్డై పాలు పారిన భాగ్యసీమై వరలినది భరత ఖండము వరలినది భరత ఖండము భక్తి పాడర తమ్ముడా భక్తి పాడర తమ్ముడా. భక్తితో పాడమంటున్నారు. ఎవరినండి? ఎవరిని? ఈ యొక్క గేయం ఎవరి గురించి పాడాలి? భరత మాత కోసం పాడాలి, భారతదేశాని కోసం పాడాలి. తెలుసా మీ అందరికీ? ఎవరు ఈమె? భరతమాత. ఎవరు? భరతమాత. ఇప్పుడు మనం చెప్పుకునే పాఠ్యాంశం మొత్తం మన భారతదేశం యొక్క మన భరతమాత గొప్పతనాన్ని గురించి వివరించుకోవడమే. ఈ పాఠ్యాంశాల విషయాలన్నీ నేర్చుకోమని చెప్పాను. జాగ్రత్త చూసారా? భరతమాత. ముందు క్లాసుల్లో వీలైతే కనుక మీకు స్లైడ్స్ ఈ షోలు కానీ వీడియోలు కానీ చూపిస్తాను. అది కొంచెం ప్రాసెస్ టైం పడుతుంది కాబట్టి ప్రతి యొక్క లెసన్లో కూడా మంచి వీడియోలు అవి చూపించి కొంచెం మన పాఠ్యాంశాలని మరింత ఉత్సాహంగా మరింత నేర్చుకోవాలి, జ్ఞానాన్ని సంపాదించే విధంగా మనం ముందు నేర్చుకోబోతున్నాం. కాబట్టి ఇప్పటి నుంచి జాగ్రత్తగా తెలుగు క్లాస్ అసలు మిస్ అవ్వద్దు. ఇది నా యొక్క రిక్వెస్ట్ అనుకోండి, లేదా ఆర్డర్ అనుకోండి, లేదా ఏదైనా అనుకోండి, కానీ తెలుగు క్లాస్ ఎట్టి బస్సులను మర్చిపోవద్దు. ఒక్క తెలుగు క్లాసులతో మాత్రమే మనకి సంబంధించిన మారల్ వాల్యూస్ ఇవి చాలా అవసరం. మనిషికి నైతిక విలువలు అనేవి చాలా లభిస్తాయి. రైట్. తెలుగు క్లాస్ అసలు మిస్ అవ్వద్దు, దూరం అవ్వద్దు తెలుగు క్లాసులకి. సరేనా? ఏమంటారు ఇప్పుడు? పాడండి ఒకసారి. శ్రీలు పొంగిన జీవగడ్డై పాలు పారిన భాగ్యసీమై వరలినది భరత ఖండము భక్తి పాడర తమ్ముడా. శ్రీలు పొంగిన, స్త్రీలు అంటే చెప్పాను. స్త్రీలు అంటే ఏంటండి? స్త్రీలు అంటే సంపదలు. చెప్పాను కదా, సంపదలతో తల తూగుతున్న భూమి మన భారతదేశం. శ్రీలు పొంగిన జీవగడ్డై టైటిల్లో ఉంది. మనం చెప్పాను స్త్రీలు పొంగిన జీవగడ్డ కూడా ఆ యొక్క పాఠ్యాంశ పేరు కూడా వివరించడం జరిగింది. స్త్రీలు అంటే సంపదలైన సంపదలు, చాలా రకాల సంపదలు చెప్పాం. అటువంటి సంపదలతో పొందినటువంటి భూమి ఎటువంటి భూమి? జీవగడ్డై, జీవమున్న భూమి, ప్రాణమున్న భూమి. అర్థమవుతుందా? సకల జీవరాశులకు నిలమైన భూమి. ఏంటది? మన భరత భూమి. ఏంటది? మన భరత భూమి. శ్రీలు పొంగిన జీవగడ్డై పాలు పారిన భాగ్యసీమై. పాలు పారడం అంటే ఏంటండి? పాలు ప్యాకెట్ నుంచి పాలు పారడమా? మరేంటి? పాలుపడడం అంటే ఏంటి? పాడి పంటలు గల ఏకైక దేశం మన భారతదేశం. పాడి పంటలు అనేక రకాలైనటువంటి పాడి అంటే ఏంటి? ఆవులు, గేదెలు, మేకలు, ఇలా రకరకాల పాలిచ్చే జంతువులు ఉన్నాయి. అన్ని ఉపయోగమే. మేకల పాలు ఎవరు తాగుతారు అనుకుంటున్నారా? మేకలు, గాడిదల పాలు కూడా తాగుతున్నారు. ఎందుకని? అవి వెన్నుపూసకి చాలా మంచివట. మరి మీకు తెలుసో లేదో తెలియదు కానీ మా ఊర్లో వేరే రాష్ట్రం వాళ్ళు గాడిదలు తోడుకొచ్చి పాలు ఒక గ్లాసు, చిన్న గ్లాసు 50 రూపాయలకి 100 రూపాయలకి అమ్మేవారు. ఎందుకని? అవి మన యొక్క శరీరంలో ఉన్నటువంటి ఆ వెన్ను పూసుకున్నటువంటి సమస్యలు ఏమైతే ఉన్నాయో అవి తొలగిస్తాయట. అందుకని. కాబట్టి అవి మనకు తెలియదు కానీ మనకు తెలుసు కదా, ఆవు పాలు, గేదె పాలు ఇవన్నీ చాలా ముఖ్యం. వెన్న, నెయ్యి పూజ చేసుకోవడానికి ఆవు నెయ్యిని వాడుతుంటారు కదా. అటువంటి పాలు పారిన భాగ్యసీమ పాడి పంటలతో అనేక రకాల పంటలు ఉన్నాయి మనకి. చెప్పాను, గోధుమలు, సజ్జలు, జొన్నలు, రాగులు, మినుములు, పెసలు, కందులు, ఇలా చెప్పుకుంటూ పోతే అవి నేను చెప్పలేదు. చాలా 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 మీకు తెలిసినవన్నీ. మీరు ఏమైతే తిన్నారో ఆ పంటలన్నీ మన భారతదేశంలోనే పండుతున్నాయి. వేరే దేశం నుంచి ఇవి కూడా ఎక్కువగా దిగుమతి చేసుకోవడం లేదు. ఏదైనా నిల్వలు తక్కువ ఉంటే చేస్తారు, తప్పు లేదంటే దేశం యొక్క అభివృద్ధి పరచడానికి లేదా ఆర్థికంగా ఉపయోగపడడానికి ఉపయోగపడతాయి అనమాట. వాళ్ళు తెస్తూ ఉంటారు. పాలు పారిన భాగ్యసీమై, పాలు అంటే చెప్పాను కదా, పాడి పంటలతో పశువులు అలాగే పంటలతో భాగ్య గొప్ప ప్రాంతం, భాగ్యము గొప్ప ప్రాంతం, గొప్పది. భాగ్యం అంటే చాలా గొప్ప ప్రదేశము, సీమ ప్రదేశం. సీమ అంటే ఒక ప్రదేశం. ఏంటది? మన దేశం. వరలి నది ఈ భరత ఖండము, అభివృద్ధి చెందింది ఈ భరత ఖండము, అభివృద్ధి చెందుతూ ఉంది మన భారతదేశం. అందుకే భక్తి పాడర తమ్ముడా, భక్తితో పాడాలి. భక్తితో అంటే గుండెల్లోంచి రావాలి. భారతదేశం అంటే గొప్ప అతి నుంచి రావాలి, ఈ గుండెల్లోంచి రావాలి. ఏదో నోట్లోంచి పాడే జనగణమన పాడుతుంటే చాలా మంది అసెంబ్లీలో పాడుతుంటారు కదా, పొద్దున ప్రార్థనా సమావేశంలో ఏదో అలా పాడేస్తుంటారు అంతే. అలా నుంచుని చెప్పింది లేదు చేసింది లేదు, ఇలా చేసి నుంచోండి స్ట్రైట్ అందరూ, స్ట్రైట్ ఫార్వర్డ్ అని చెప్తే జన జన మన అధినాయక విధాత అంతే. 2 లైన్లు పాడితే 3 ముట్ట నోట్లో పోతుంది, 4 ముట్ట అసలు బయటికి రాదు. అదేనా అంటే దేశభక్తి ఎక్కడ ఉండాలి? గుండెల్లో ఉండాలి. పాడితే మళ్ళీ జనజనమన ఎవరు వినిపించాలి? ఈ పక్కన ఉన్న 10 మందికి 20 మందికి వినిపించాలి. అలా పాడాలి జనగణమన పాడినప్పుడు. చేతులు చదవకూడదు, నీ తల చదవకూడదు, ఏమీ చదవకూడదు. జనగణమన పాడడం ఒక కళ. నిజంగా ఆ కళ జనకు వస్తే మీరు నీకు దేశభక్తి ఉన్నట్టే. తిరిగి పాఠశాల ప్రారంభమైనప్పుడు అసెంబ్లీలో జనగణమన పాడితే చాలా జాగ్రత్తగా ఉంచుకోండి. అలా కనుక మనకు కదిలేసి అలా ఇలా పాడితే మన దేశాన్ని అవమానపరిచినట్లు, అగౌరవపరిచినట్లు. అది ఎప్పటికీ భారతీయులు చేయకూడదు. అర్థమైందా? కాబట్టి అటువంటి దాన్ని ఎలా పాడాలి? భక్తి పాడర తమ్ముడా, భక్తితో పాడాలి. భక్తితో ఈ విషయాల గురించి ప్రజలందరికీ చెప్పాలి. ఏ విషయాలు? మళ్ళీ నేర్చుకోండి. శ్రీలు పొంగిన జీవగడ్డై, పాలు పారిన భాగ్యసీమై, వరలినది ఈ భరత ఖండము, భక్తి పాడర తమ్ముడా. స్త్రీలు పొందినటువంటి సంపదలతో తలతూగుతున్నటువంటి అభివృద్ధి చెందిన మన భారతదేశాన్ని, అలాగే పాలు పారిన పాడి పంటలతో నిలదొక్కున్నటువంటి మన గొప్ప దేశాన్ని, పొంగిపొరినటువంటి ఈ భాగ్యదేశాన్ని, భారతదేశాన్ని భక్తితో పాడాలి. ఎలా పాడాలంట? భక్తితో పాడాలి అని చెప్తున్నాను. సరేనా? అర్థమైందా? మొదటి జయం అర్థమైంది అనుకుంటున్నాను. మొదటి జయం అర్థమైంది కదా. స్త్రీలు పొంగిన జీవగడ్డయి, పాలు పారిన భాగ్యసీమై, వరనది భరతఖండము, భక్తి పాడరా తమ్ముడా. ఇది మొదటి జయం. సరేనా? ఇప్పుడు రెండో జయంలోకి వెళ్దాం. ఈ టెక్స్ట్ బుక్లు ఉన్నాయి మీ దగ్గర, అందరి దగ్గర. క్లాస్కి వచ్చేటప్పుడు టెక్స్ట్ బుక్లు, నోట్స్, మీరు స్కూల్లో ఎలా అయితే ఉన్నారు, పాఠశాలలో ఎలా ఉన్నారు, ఒక పీరియడ్ అయిపోగానే లేదా ఒక క్లాస్ అయిపోగానే తర్వాత తరగతి పుస్తకాలు తీసుకుంటారు కదా. అట్లా ఆ విధంగానే మీ బ్యాగ్ మీ పక్కన పెట్టుకుని తర్వాత మీకు ఆల్రెడీ షెడ్యూల్ వస్తుంది కాబట్టి దాని ప్రకారంగా మీ పుస్తకాలు తీసుకుని సిద్ధంగా ఉండాలి. ప్రతిరోజు ఏ సబ్జెక్ట్ తర్వాత ఏది వస్తుందో జాగ్రత్తగా చూసుకోవాలి. 1-2 సార్లు చూసుకుని ఆ పుస్తకాలతో రెడీగా ఉండగలిగితే మన యొక్క తరగతులు మిస్ అవ్వకుండా ఉంటారు. శ్రద్ధగా ఇలా జరుగుతుంది. రైట్. రెండోది ఏంచట? వేద శాఖలు వెలిసెనిచ్చట, ఆది కావ్యం బలరె నచ్చట, బాదరాయణ పరమ ఋషులకు పాదు సుమ్మిది చెల్లెలా, వేద శాఖలు వెలిసెనిచ్చట, ఆది కావ్యం బలరెనిచ్చట, బాదరాయన పరమ ఋషులకు పాదు సుమ్మిది చెల్లెలా. ఈ ఒక్క గేయాన్ని ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ చేసుకోవడానికి దాదాపుగా 15 నిమిషాలు పడుతుంది. వీలైతే దీన్ని మళ్ళీ రేపు కూడా ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ చేసుకుందాం, సరేనమ్మా? సరే. వేద శాఖలు వెలిసెనిచ్చట. వేద శాఖలు, వేదాలు, వాటి శాఖలు ఏంటి? వేదాలు. వేద శాఖలు వెలిసెనిచ్చట. వేదాలు ఏంటి? మనకున్న వేదాలు 4 వేదాలు. ఏంటవి? ఒకటి ఏ వేదము? ఋగ్వేదము. తెలుసు కదా అందరికీ, వేదాల పేర్లు తెలుసు, కాకపోతే అవి ఏంటో తెలియదు అంతే. నేను చెప్తాను. రెండవది యజుర్వేదము. మూడవది అధర్వణ వేదము. నాలుగవది సామవేదం. ఈ 4 వేదాలు చాలా గొప్పవి. ఇందులో శాఖలు అన్నాడు కదా, మరి ఏంటా శాఖలు? ఋగ్వేదంలో 21 శాఖలు ఉన్నాయి. ఋగ్వేదంలో 21 శాఖలు ఉన్నాయి, 21. అలాగే యజుర్వేదంలో ఎన్ని శాఖలు ఉన్నాయి? 101 శాఖలు ఉన్నాయి, 101 యజుర్వేదంలో. అథర్వణవేదంలో 9 శాఖలు ఉన్నాయి. శాఖ అంటే భాగము, భాగాలు. అలాగే సామవేదంలో తెలిసి ఎన్ని శాఖలు ఉన్నాయో? ఎన్ని ఉన్నాయి? 1000 శాఖలు ఉన్నాయి. ఎన్ని శాఖలు ఉన్నాయి? 1000 శాఖలు. శాఖ అంటే భాగం. ఋగ్వేదంలో 20 శాఖలు ఉన్నాయి. ఋగ్వేదం దేని గురించి చెప్తుంది? దేనికోసం చెప్తుంది ఋగ్వేదం? భగవంతుని కోసం చెప్తుంది. భగవంతుణ్ణి ఎలా అర్చించాలి, భగవంతుణ్ణి ఎలా స్మరించుకోవాలి, భగవంతుణ్ణి ఎలా ప్రసన్నం చేసుకోవాలి, దేవుని పట్ల ఎలాంటి భయభక్తులతో ఉండాలి, దేవుళ్ళ పట్ల ఎటువంటి పూజలు శ్రద్ధాశక్తులు కలిగి ఉండాలి అనేవి అన్ని కూడా 21 భాగాల్లో ఉంటాయి. అది ఋగ్వేదం. యజుర్వేదంలో యజ్ఞ యాగాదులకు సంబంధించిన విషయాలు ఉంటాయి. యజ్ఞం చేస్తూ ఉంటారు కదా కొంతమంది ఋషులు, యజ్ఞాలు నైపోసి యజ్ఞాలు చేస్తూ ఉంటారు. ఈ యజ్ఞ యాగాదులకు సంబంధించి యజ్ఞాలు ఎలా చేయాలి, పిండ ప్రధానాలు ఎలా చేయాలి, ఏ యజ్ఞం వల్ల ఏ లాభం వస్తుంది, ఏ యజ్ఞాలు ఎవరెవరు చేశారు అనే విషయాలన్నీ యజుర్వేదంలో చెప్తారు. యజుర్వేదంలో ఉన్న శాఖలు 101. అథర్వణవేదం వైద్యానికి సంబంధించిన, వైద్యానికి ఆద్యుడు ఎవరు? ధన్వంతరి అని చెప్పుకుంటారు. వైద్యానికి ఆద్యుడు ధన్వంతరి. ఈయన ధన్వంతరి అంటే ఎవరు? అప్పట్లో ఒక డాక్టరా? డాక్టర్ అనే చెప్పాలి. వైద్యుడు ఎవరైనా ధన్వంతరి. బాగా రాస్తానే, ధన్వంతరి. ఈ ధన్వంతరి అథర్వణ వేదాన్ని మొత్తం చదివేశాడంట. రైట్. ఈ ధన్వంతరి అయినా మొత్తం చదివేశాడు అథర్వణ వేదాన్ని. అథర్వణ వేదం వైద్యానికి సంబంధించిన ఏదైతే విషయాలు ఉన్నాయో, ఔషధ గుణాలకు సంబంధించిన విషయాలు ఏవైతే ఉన్నాయో, మనుషులు వచ్చినటువంటి రోగాలు జబ్బుల నుంచి ఏ విధంగా న్యాయం చేసుకోవచ్చు, ఇవన్నీ కూడా అథర్వణ వేదం చెప్తుంది. మహా ఋషులు, పండితులు, మూలికలకు సంబంధించిన విషయాలన్నీ అథర్వణ వేదాల్లో ఉన్నాయన్నారు. ఈ వేదాలన్నీ చెప్పింది ఎవరయ్యా? చెప్తాను. సామవేదం. సామవేదంలో సంగీతానికి సంబంధించిన విషయాలన్నీ ఉన్నాయి. గాయత్రి మంత్రం చెప్పుకున్నాం కదా మనం, గాయత్రి మంత్రం. ఈ గాయత్రి మంత్రం వచ్చింది సామవేదంలోంచి. సరిగమ పదనిస స్వరాల వచ్చింది సామవేదంలోంచి. సంగీతపరమైన విషయాలన్నింటినీ చెప్పింది ఈ సామవేదం. అర్థమైందా వేదాలు? అటువంటి వేదాలు ఎక్కడ వెలిసినాయి? మన భారతదేశంలో. మనం గొప్పదా కదా మన భారతదేశం? ఎంత గొప్పదండి, మళ్ళీ మళ్ళీ చెప్పాలా? ఇంకెవరు? బాదరాయణ పరమ ఋషులకు. వెరీ ఇంపార్టెంట్. బాదరాయణుడు ఎవరు? బాదరాయణుడు. బాదరాయణుడు అంటే వ్యాస మహర్షి. ఎవరు? వ్యాస మహర్షి. నిన్నేంటి? నిన్న రోజుతో ఒక ప్రత్యేకత ఉంది. చాలా మందికి వాట్సాప్లో మెసేజ్లు కూడా వచ్చుంటాయి. ఏంటది? గురు పూర్ణిమ వచ్చిందండి అందరికి. వ్యాస పూర్ణిమ అని కూడా పిలిచారు చాలా మంది. వాట్సాప్లో మెసేజ్ చూడలేదా? ఇవి చూడాలి. లేనిపోయిన విషయాలు కాదు, అవసరమైన విషయాలు కాదు. చెప్తాను వాట్సాప్లో ఏం చూడాలి, యూట్యూబ్లో ఏం చూడాలి అవి కూడా చెప్తాను. అవి కూడా చాలా మంచి విషయాలు ఉన్నాయి, వాటిని ఫాలో చేయాలి. బాదరాయణుడు అంటే ఎవరండి? వ్యాసుడు. ఎవరి వ్యాసుడు? వేదాలను విభజించాడు, అష్టాదశ పురాణాలు రాశాడు, ఇంకా మహాభారతాన్ని ఒక పాత్ర, మహాభారతాన్ని సంస్కృతంలో రాశాడు. వేదవ్యాసుడు మామూలు కాదు. వేదవ్యాస స్టోరీ చెప్పాలంటే సుమారుగా 4 రోజులు చెప్పొచ్చు వేదవ్యాసుని. తర్వాత వ్యాసుడికి వెళ్ళిపోయాను, క్షమించాలి. ఏంటి వేదవ్యాసుడు? ఆది కావ్యం బలనిచ్చట. 2 లైన్ చూద్దాం. మొదటి లైన్ ముందు బాగా వెళ్ళిపోయాను కాదు. ఆది కావ్యం బలనిచ్చట. ఆది కావ్యం అంటే ఏంటి? ఆది కావ్యము శ్రీమద్ రామాయణం. ఏంటది? రామాయణం. ఈ రామాయణం మన భారతదేశంలో చాలా గొప్పది. అవునా? ఎందుకు? రామాయణాన్ని కనుక చదువుకోగలిగితే కొన్ని ముఖ్య విషయాలు తెలుస్తాయి. ఏంటి ముఖ్య విషయాలు? రామాయణం ఎక్కడుంది? పెద్ద పెద్ద పుస్తకాల్లో ఉందండి, ఇంత పుస్తకాల గ్రంథాల్లో ఉంది మాస్టర్ అని చెప్తుంటారు కదా. రామాయణం మన మనుషుల్లోనే ఉంటుంది. రామాయణం ఎలా చదవాలి? రామాయణాన్ని ఎలా చదువుతాం? మీకు వీలైతే 10వ తరగతి పుస్తకాల్లో రామాయణం ఉంటుంది. చాలా చాలా గొప్పగా ఉంటుంది రామాయణం. రామాయణం ఏంటి? రామాయణం చదివితే మనిషిలా ఎలా జీవించాలో చెప్తుంది. ఒక్క మాట. రామాయణం మొత్తం చదివితే ఒక మాట దానికి నిర్వచనం. మనిషిలా ఎలా బ్రతకాలి. రామాయణం చదివితే మొత్తం చదివితే అది తెలుస్తుంది. ఎందుకని? రాముల్లో ఉన్నటువంటి గుణాలన్నీ, మంచి మనుషుల్లో ఎలాంటి గుణాలు ఉండవు అవన్నీ తెలుస్తాయి. రాముడు ఉదాహరణగా తీసుకుంటే, ఇంకా గురు శిష్యుల మధ్య సంబంధం ఎలా ఉండాలి అనే విషయాన్ని విశ్వామిత్రుడు రాముడి ద్వారా తెలుస్తాయి. ఇంకా మనిషి ఎలా ఉండకూడదు అనే విషయాన్ని రావణాసురుడు చూస్తే తెలుస్తాయి. భార్యాభర్తల సంబంధం ఎలా ఉండాలి అనే విషయాన్ని రాముడు సీతను చూస్తే తెలుస్తాయి. సోదరుల సంబంధం ఎలా ఉండాలి అనే విషయాన్ని చూస్తే రాముడు లక్ష్మణుడు ద్వారా చెప్తాయి. తండ్రి కొడుకుల మధ్య సంబంధాలు ఎలా ఉండాలి అనే విషయాన్ని దశరథుడు రాముడి ద్వారా చెప్తాయి. ఇంకా ఉన్నారు, కైకేయి ద్వారా చెప్పుడు మాటలు వింటే ఏమవుతుంది, లేనిపోయిన విషయాలన్నీ చెవిలో పెట్టేసుకుని మనసులో పెట్టేసుకుంటే ఏమవుతుంది అనే విషయాన్ని కైకేయి పాత్ర చెప్తుంది. చెడుపుడి మాటలు మాట్లాడితే ఎలా ఉంటావో మందర అనే ఒక క్యారెక్టర్ ఉంటుంది, ఒక పాత్ర. ఆ మందర పాత్ర ద్వారా తెలుస్తాయి అనేక విషయాలు. తల్లి కొడుకులు ఆశ్చర్యంగా ఉండాలి కౌశల్య దేవుని చూస్తే తెలుస్తాయి. భరతుడు తమ్ముడి యొక్క సోదరుల సమానం భరతుడు స్టోరీ చదివితే అమోఘంగా ఉంటుంది అనమాట. చాలా విషయాలు తెలుస్తాయి. ఏం చదవడం వల్ల? రామాయణం చదవడం వల్ల. ఒక్క రామాయణం చదివితే చాలు మనిషిలా ఎలా బ్రతకాలో తెలుస్తుంది. రామాయణం మోస్ట్ ఇంపార్టెంట్ మనందరికీ. రామాయణం మొదటి ఆది కావ్యం ఏంటది? రామాయణం. ఎవరు రచించారు రామాయణాన్ని? శ్రీ వాల్మీకి మహర్షి రచించడం జరిగింది. ఈ ఆది కావ్యం, అటువంటి ఆది కావ్యం ఎక్కడ వెలిసింది? మన భారతదేశంలో వెలిసింది. మొదటేంటి? వేద శాఖలు, వేదాలు, ఋగ్వేదము, యజుర్వేదము, అథర్వవేదము, సామవేదము వెలసినవి మన భారతదేశంలో. ఆది కావ్యం వెలసింది, రామాయణం వెలసింది. చెప్పండి రామాయణం గొప్పతనం. బాదరాయణుడు బలరనిచ్చట. బాదరాయణుడు వంటి పరమ ఋషులు ఉన్నారు. బాదరాయణ పరమ ఋషులకు. బాదరాయణ ఎవరండి? వ్యాధవ్యాసుడు, తొలి గురువు, అందరికీ తొలి గురువు. వేదాలను విభజించాడు. ఏ వేదాలంటే? వేదాలు ఉన్నాయి కదా, ఒకటే వేదం అంటే వేదం అంతా ఒకటే వేదం, ఏకవేదంగా ఉండేది. హిరణ్యాక్షుడు అనే రాక్షసుడు వేదాలన్నింటినీ సంగ్రహించి సముద్ర పాతాళంలోకి వెళ్ళిపోయి దాక్కున్నాడట. అప్పుడు విష్ణుమూర్తి మత్స్యావతారం ధరించి, తెలుసు కదా దశావతారాల్లో మొదటి అవతారం ఏంటండి? మత్స్యావతారం ధరించి భూమి లోపలికి వెళ్ళి అక్కడ హిరణ్యాక్షుడు రాక్షసుని సంహరించి వేదాలన్నింటినీ తన యొక్క మత్స్యం ద్వారా సంగ్రహించి భూమి మీద తీసుకొచ్చి వదిలిపెట్టేశాడు. వేదం మొత్తం ఏకవేదాన్ని. ఎవరు? విష్ణుమూర్తి మత్స్యావతారంలో. ఈ వేదాలన్నింటినీ సంగ్రహించి తీసుకుని వ్యాసుడు 4 వేదాలుగా విభజన చేశాడు. 4 వేదాలుగా విభజన చేశాడు. అలాగే అష్టాదశ పురాణాలు రచించాడు. అష్టాదశ మామూలుగా ఉండదు, అర్థమైందా? మధ్వయం, భద్వయం, భ్రత్రయం, వా చతుష్టయం, అనాపలింగ కోష్టాన్ని పృథక్ పృథక్ అనే శ్లోకం ఉంది. ఆ శ్లోకం వస్తే 18 యొక్క పర్వాలు కూడా, 18 పురాణాలు కూడా మనం చెప్పేసుకోవచ్చు. మధ్వయం అంటే మత్స్య పురాణం, మార్కండేయ పురాణం. భద్వయం అంటే భవిష్యత్ పురాణం, భాగవత పురాణం. భ్రత్రయం అంటే బ్రహ్మ పురాణం, బ్రహ్మాండ పురాణం, బ్రహ్మ వైవర్తన పురాణం. వా చతుష్టయం వాయు పురాణం, విష్ణు పురాణం, వరాహ పురాణం, వామన పురాణం. అనాపలింగ ఆ అంటే అగ్ని పురాణం, నా అంటే నారద పురాణం, పా అంటే పద్మ పురాణం, లి అంటే లింగ పురాణం, అనాపలింగ, గా అంటే జరుణ పురాణం, కోష్టాని కు అంటే కూర్మ పురాణం, స్టా అంటే స్టాంద పురాణం. ఈ యొక్క 18 పురాణాలు భూమి మీద కలిసి ఎవరు రాశారయ్యా అంటే శ్రీ వేదవ్యాస మహర్షి రచించడం జరిగింది. సో ఈ విషయాలన్నీ బాదరాయణ పరమశివ అంతటి పరమమూర్తి అయిన వేదాలన్నీ రచించకపోతే మనం ఎలా ఉండాలో తెలిసేదా? మనకి దేవుడి పట్ల ఎలా ఉండాలో తెలిసేదా? యజుర్వేద యజ్ఞయాగాలు ఎలా ఉండేది, ఎలా చేసేమో తెలిసేదా? అధర్వణ వేదం రాయకపోతే ప్రస్తుతం ఉన్న మెడిసిన్స్, ఇంగ్లీష్ మెడిసిన్స్ ఎలా వస్తున్నాయి? మేము మూలతాన్ని ఎక్కడి నుంచి? అధర్వణ వేదం సంగ్రహించినటువంటి సూత్రాలే. సంగీతం ఎలా వచ్చింది? సామవేదం నుంచి. మరి ఇవన్నీ మనకు తెలిసేవా? బాధరాయణ లేకపోతే మహాభారతం జరిగింది. మహాభారతం కూడా గొప్ప చరిత్ర. మహాభారత చరిత్ర కూడా చాలా జ్ఞానం లభిస్తుంది. ఎవరు రాశారు మహాభారతాన్ని? వేదవ్యాసుడు సంస్కృతంలో రాశాడు. ఎవరు రాశారు? వినాయకుడు రాశాడు. వేదవ్యాస మహర్షి చెప్తూ ఉంటే వినాయకుడు రాశారని చెప్తే అదొక స్టోరీ ఉంది. చాలా చాలా కథలు ఉంటాయి ప్రతి యొక్క ధ్యేయానికి. ఆ కథలన్నీ చెప్పుకుంటే మన పాఠ్యాంశం ముందుకెళ్ళాం. సందర్భానుసారాన్ని బట్టి, అవసరాన్ని బట్టి ఇవన్నీ నేనే చెప్తాను. చివరిది దీన్ని ఏం చేయాలంటే అటువంటి పరమ పవిత్రమైనటువంటి భూమి పాదు సుమ్మిది చెల్లెలా అని చెప్తున్నాడు. పవిత్రమైన భూమి చెల్లెలా అని చెప్పాడు. మళ్ళీ ఒకసారి పడద్దామా? వేద శాఖలు వెలిసెనిచ్చట, ఆది కావ్యం బలరెనిచ్చట, బాదరాయన పరమ ఋషులకు పాదు సుమ్మిది చెల్లెలా, పాదు సుమ్మిది చెల్లెలా. ఇది ఈనాటి పాఠ్యాంశం. ఏంటి ఎత్తుకున్నాం? కవి పరిచయం ఒకసారి మళ్ళీ పునశ్చరణ చేసుకున్నాం. ప్రక్రియ, గేయ ప్రక్రియ, నేపథ్యం, భిన్నత్వంలో కూడిన మన భారతదేశ, భిన్నత్వంలో ఏకత్వంతో కూడిన భారతదేశాన్ని, సిరి సంపదలతో తోలుతున్న మన దేశాన్ని, ఎందరో మహనీయులకు పుట్టిన మన భారతదేశాన్ని దశ దిశలా చాటడం మన కర్తవ్యం అని చెప్పే ఉద్దేశాన్ని నేర్చుకున్నాం. తర్వాత 2 గేయాలు నేర్చుకున్నాం. స్త్రీలు పొందిన జీవజడ్డయి, పాలు పారిన భాగ్యసీమయి, వరనది ఈ భరతఖండము భక్తి పాడర తమ్ముడా అని ఒకటి. వేద శాఖలు వెలిసెనిచ్చట, ఆది కావ్యం బలరెనిచ్చట, బాదరాయన పరమ ఋషులకు పాదు సుమ్మిది చెల్లెలా. సమయము మించిపోయినది కనుక ఈనాటి జయహితములో ఏంటంటే పాఠ్యాంశంలోని 1-2 గేయాలను అభ్యసించంటే చదవడం, నేర్చుకోవడం, అవగాహన చేసుకోవడం, అవపోసాన పట్టడం, అభ్యసించి 2 సార్లు వ్రాయుట. ఇది ఈనాటి యొక్క జయహితం. జయహితం అంటే తెలుసు కదా? జయహితం అంటే ఏంటి? ఇంటి పని. సరేనా? మిగిలిన పాఠ్యాంశాన్ని రేపు మరలా, అంటే తరువాత తరగతి ఇప్పుడు పడిందో అప్పుడు మనం కంటిన్యూ చేసుకుందాం. చెప్పాను కదా, తెలుగు క్లాస్ ఎట్టి పరిస్థితుల్లోనూ మిస్ అవ్వద్దు. చాలా విషయాలు, చాలా జ్ఞానము కోల్పోయే ప్రమాదం ఉంది. సరేనా? ఉంటాను మరి. ధన్యవాదాలు. థ్యాంక్ యూ.